দুটোই একসাথে স্টেজ হয়। না না, এই কমপ্লিট হ্যাঁ, আগে এটা
ক্যামেরা ফ্রেম দেখো, তুই মাঝখানে দাঁড়াবি তো, মানে যে পুরো পোডিয়ামটা মানে
হ্যাঁ আসছে, হ্যাঁ
ঠিক আছে। হেড স্পেস ওকে। দিলে থাকি যাচ্ছে তুই কথা বলে যেগুলো আমরা বলতে
Hello, hello.
Hello. May I have your attention, please? Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I would ask you to be more louder because it's a small group. So a very good morning. We are back with another event after how many months? I think 2 months. Because October, November, it was festive months, right? We enjoyed dinner festivals. We traveled to a lot of places. But apart from that, we are here with this event here in Meet, where we will be celebrating tech. So, what tech to celebrate? That will come up. Obviously, I'm not the speaker. Okay, the speakers will tell you. This is more of a workshop focused event where you will be doing hands-on on GenAI, on web, on PWN. Lastly, you will get a lesson on entrepreneurship, how to start up on your own, and how to use tech to do all of it. Okay. So moving on, Shavatam, Swagatam, welcome to our event. So this is the agenda today. We are starting. We are delayed by almost I think 20 to 25 minutes. So I'll ask the biggest session, Kajira, here to do his session faster. So Kajira will be teaching us how to use GenAI with Intel Developer Cloud. It's a cloud offering by Google where you will be using scalable Xeon processors, I think, or ARM GPUs to run your GenAI models. I'm not sure about all of that, but Kajira will help you understand. Then we have Tuhinda. Tuhinda will be talking about cyber and data security. He's a very well-known cybersecurity professional who works at PwC. Then we have Gaurav. Gaurav is still a student and also working. You are not a student. Okay, sorry. He's a front-end engineer. So he'll be talking about optimizing the performance and intro to PWA, single page web. Next, the last session will be from blueprints to million, how you can hack tech, use tech, and use design thinking to be an entrepreneur. Then we'll have ending note, and I think we have some food after that. That was not confirmed until right now. Okay. So moving on. What are we? Okay. First, let me ask a quick few questions. Who are attending GG Cloud Kolkata's event for the first time? Okay, quite a few. Almost 50%. Okay. That's very good. That's very great. So we organize talk sessions, workshops. Mostly we are focusing on workshops like from mid 2023, and we'll be continuing doing workshops all over 2024. That's our goal for the new year. So that students who are going to be like working professionals like after a few years, so that they can learn and be better at this thing. Like we had a lot of talk sessions over 2019, sorry, not 2019, 2022, 2021. But talk sessions, like you learn, you go to a talk session, you learn about big tech terms, and you don't really learn anything. Like most of the times, we have seen that is the case. So that's why we are focusing on workshops more from this point of time. Okay. So we organize talk sessions on cloud, Firebase, Android, TensorFlow, Kubernetes, and a lot of related technologies. Like these are not bound to only Google Docs. We are only using Google Logos because Google gave us permission to, and other companies did not. Okay. So next, our usual frequency of event. If this is a calendar month, I think this is an arbitrary random month of 2023. In 2023, our usual frequency of events. We used to host events on second or third Saturday in the middle of the month. This was usually the event frequency, but right now, like today is 10th December. It's not middle of the month and it's not a Saturday. So this is a usual frequency, and today is an annual. Now coming back to 2023 because this is the last month of the year. So in January we did in cloud how we can be a cloud practitioner and get a job. We mostly covered that in January. In February we again did some. This is again cloud strategy answer mostly workshop focused events. So we did that in February. Then March we did a International Women's Day celebration with co-partnered with WTM Kolkata. Whoever doesn't know about WTM Kolkata is a organization. It's a sister community where we promote women in tech. In April we again did a hands-on. It was a game-a-thon. There was a problem statement given and people solved it. So it's like a mini hackathon we did in April 2020. Now coming on to the flagship event. This is the flagship event of GG Cloud Kolkata. It's called Google Cloud Community Day. We hosted 2,800 attendees on spot on Vishwamangala Conference Center. Let's have a huge round of applause. And it was a very good team effort. So we will be doing another Cloud Community Day in 2024 again. Hopefully some of you will be seeing in the volunteer team. We will be working together to create the biggest tech event on the city. Okay, let's move on. So in July and August we did a lot of events. In July we had an accessibility event where we talked about web accessibility applications and mobile, etc., and how to build software for all. Then we had a Hack Day collab with Hack for Bengal. Some of you might have heard about Hack for Bengal. It's a 6-hour hackathon organized by Hack for Bengal. So we sponsored the cloud track over there, and we our organizers, our known speakers were part of that judging and mentoring team over there. Then we did our first professional on the event in August. GG Cloud Kolkata. It was collab with Grafana, and we covered a lot of monitoring, analytics, dashboards, etc. In that event. Now, after we did a Google I/O Extended. I/O Extended is an event that discusses whatever Google announced in Google I/O. Next, again, September we did GenAI. Again, we are doing GenAI because GenAI is the hype now. So after that, like, there was 2 festive months, and then we are here in December in this event. So this is the year end. Now, what happens in January, you folks will be telling us. We'll be doing a feedback session at the end when we'll be having. Sounds good? Now you can scan this one and connect with us. We are in all of these social medias. We are most active in Telegram.
All.
All. So this is the viewer. I think this is the end of my slide. And yeah. Okay. So please scan whoever want to scan. Who are not part of the community, please join. Once you are done scanning, I'll be calling Basida to start this session. Okay.
Thank you.
No, GT Cloud.
Yes, hello. Hi, good morning, guys. Good morning. Itna bhi chota room hai. It has to be happening, right? I'm feeling sleepy. You guys are? How many of you feeling sleepy? Honest suggestion. एक ही बंदा सच है. Let's do it again, guys. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Next time, these people should not give us the venue. उस तरह से बोलना, ठीक है? Got that? Okay. Good morning again, guys.
Good morning.
Okay. Some bit of energy, right? Why are we here for this session? What is the session name? Any ideas? Come on, guys. We'll just have fun. Then we'll go forward. It's a very, very long session for me. Okay, don't worry about it. First of all, great, all of you. Thank you for coming in a Sunday morning. Okay. How many of you are for the first time? Again, raise your hands. Okay, awesome. How many of you would you like to come for the second time? Abhi kaise bataoge? How do you think? How many of you heard good things about us? Honest messages. Yeah, बात ही नहीं हो रहा. How many of you heard bad things about us? Come on, same thing. All good things. What do we do up here on a Sunday morning, calling people, taking up spaces and venues of offices, and why? What is the need for this? Do you feel a need for this? Okay. How many of you are into academies, like in college, institution, or in some branches, everything? How many of you are into like the professional world of one, two? Where are you working?
I'm doing a one startup called QuietLab. It is already filed. I have already filed the company registration, so it is in the process.
Great. Congratulations for that. Best of luck. Where are you?
Deloitte.
By top Big Four. Awesome. Okay, guys. For today's session, we will be discussing all the things, some things related to GenAI and stuff like that. Okay. There would be certain terms and techniques and all those things we will be hearing for the first time. But as it's a very small group, now I would suggest all of you, wherever you are not getting some things, the idea of having a workshop rather than talk, which one would you prefer, talk or a workshop? Before that, how many of you know what is a talk and how many of you know what is a workshop? How many of you attended any talk? How many of you attended any professional level workshop? A very bad way to start this kind of professional level workshop, but you ask nobody. Okay. Generally, the difference between them is that in a talk, there is one guy who is talking about his experience. Where you need to absorb the things. In a workshop, it has to be bidirectional in nature. What do you mean by bidirectional? Means you will have to talk. Okay? First of the rules is you will have to say wherever you are not getting things, wherever you are not understanding things, right? We will have to make it out. For example, this 1.5 for us. Other than that, it doesn't make any sense for us to come up here till this part and similarly for you. Yes or no? First 5 minutes we'll just do these things. Don't worry. Understood? Yes? How many? No, sir, or something? Yes. Oh, okay. Last row, sleepy. Yes, no? Yes. Yes, sleepy. Awesome. Okay, guys. Stay this and all those things. Okay? Now, we do regularly meetups and workshops. The idea is how to impart what are the different things happening in the industry. You want to know about it, right? Yes or no? The people who are in the industry, they need to evolve and everything, right? Every day, some of the other things are happening. Yes or no?
Yes.
And for the people who are into academics, there is nothing you can do. You will have to attend all these things, right? See. Okay. Record हो रहा है, I'll tell certain things after the recording stage. I check myself. Oh. Fine. Where are we? Where are we in the conversation?
Workshops.
Great. So we have achieved that part. We are doing some of the other kind of work. For workshop, what do we need? Laptops we have, right? Yes or no? You have a machine, you have an internet. That's what is required for today's session. Take it. Wow. Okay. So yeah. Now people who are into the different academic zones and stuff like that are trying to jump into the world of professionals. I would suggest very strongly. Open source. How many of you know what is open source? Okay. How many of you do not know what is open source? Those who know, bata. Okay. Those who know, tell your friends. In a very small way, whatever things that we will be using today or discussing today is completely license free. For example, how many of you can use Windows without buying the license? We do, right? That's piracy. But that's a proprietary software, right? You require certain kind of license and stuff like that. You should buy that and you do it. There are other huge number of softwares like that, which has its own use cases. For example, Salesforce based software and other softwares are there. Okay. There is another huge world which we are very interested, which we should be very interested, which is into open source world. Understood? Okay. Which is license free. Which is another thing is that how the coding has been done and the entire thing is available on the internet through the GitHub repos and other various mediums. You can go, you can check, you can contribute to it. For example, the one open source technologies that you use in your day-to-day life. Any example? PLC. PLC is open source.
The operating system that is Linux.
Linux. Okay, Linux. Mobile में क्या use करता है?
Android.
Android. Do you feel Android is open source? बहुत दूर जाना पड़ेगा दोस्तों लोग. How many of you feel Android is open source or not? Yes, no answer? Come on, please.
The open source project for Android.
Yeah, there are open source versions of it, right? Then you wrap Samsung ने अपना एक Samsung का अपना wrap किया. Different companies are wrapping over them, right? But the base version is there. You can work on it. Yes or no? Then you make a license version of it. Got it? Okay. So whatever technologies we will be using today or discussing today or even like say we'll be going forward is completely open source. That means it's license free, it won't cost you anything. You will be able to see all the GitHub repos of it, the source codes of it, and even can contribute to it. Is that benchmark clear? Yes, no? Okay. And we will be discussing, all of you are very lucky, so we will be discussing a cloud service which has been very, very recently launched, okay, by Intel. Very recently launched means like last 2 weeks it has been launched, November 15. You would be able to access that, you would register for that, and we will be doing all the stuffs and let's say different programs that is related to that in that cloud service. How many of you have used any cloud service? Okay. AWS, how many of you have used or know at least? बाकी लोग पता ही नहीं है what is AWS?
We haven't used.
You haven't used. Amazon Web Services, you know? What is a cloud service? Come on, guys.
Someone else's computer.
Someone else's computer connected to the network. Let's say. Huh? Got it? Yes, no? There are multiple services of cloud. You know, GCP is there. You know, AWS is there. Azure is there. There are different types of cloud services. Fortunately, unfortunately, those do not give us some free access. Yes. Similarly, Intel has come up with a cloud service, which we would give you complete free access for today. And even after the session, you will have complete free access. Okay. How many of you know what is GPU? GPU, full form? 1 marks. What? What is the need for a GPU? You feel like there is a need for a GPU? How many of you have felt a need for a GPU, honestly? While building up programs? While building up some ML-based programs or stuff like that? While playing games? Okay. How many of you feel that getting a GPU access fee is tough nowadays? Yes or no? How many of you have enough money to buy the entire GPU series or set of some companies? No one? Fine. Apart from Shubhanil, everyone have to use a cloud service or something like that. Yes or no? That is itself a costly service, right? If anyone would have tried to do that, it costs. How many of you use Colab? आज जाके पहला काम करोगे. Just after leaving from this room, open Google Colab, C-O-L-A-B. Okay? Try to run some program, do some stuff like that. Okay? It gives you some free access of GPUs. But even after that, it starts charging, right? So we will be accessing a GPU which is from Intel has come up with their own GPU hardware, which is known as GPU Max series, ARC series, and other stuff are there. We will be using all those services through the cloud server, through the cloud service that is Intel Developer Cloud for today. Is this fine? Make sense? Yes or no?
Yes.
What are we going to do today and all those things? Okay? How many of you agree with me? This set is done, like the pace is okay and everything? Okay. How many of you just came now? Okay. How are you saying the pace is okay and everything? Okay. No worries. Okay. These are my credentials, guys. Again, how many of you have seen me for the first time? Lucky guys. You will be seeing a lot of me, don't worry. So if you are staying in Calcutta, I will take a lot of sessions in different like spheres of tech, be it examples in terms of different Google technologies, different Intel technologies, and other technologies. So these are some of my credentials. Like my name is Kazi, by the way, very simple, short, sweet name. Okay. Agree? Yeah. How many of you agree? Okay. So and I'm a co-founder of this company called DynoPipe. Okay. So DynoPipe is working on very interesting stuff. So obviously, go ahead and give it a try. Our websites are dynopipe.com and also callchip.ai. So we are building a lot of cool stuff for related to creation of voice bots on the go, like and all those stuff. So Please give it a try. Okay. Just look into the website of callchimp.ai. Jaldi to click करो मैं. Got it. So yeah, and apart from that, I'm associated with multiple communities. One of the communities I totally love is GTG Cloud Kolkata, and I am a part of the US Software Innovator team, and it blah blah blah. We discussed this or this. बहुत आगे का बात है, लेकिन I try to make it as low as possible. Okay, I'll try to give you a problem statement. Just tell me if you are able to, let's say, justify that problem statement or not. Then I'll go back to the slides and everything. This is going to be happening for 5-10 minutes. Then we'll go forward with the cloud service and stuff like that. But this is necessary. How many of you have ever developed an AI model or tried to develop an AI model? One, two. No worries. How many of you know what is a model? Not the model of model. AI is model. What is a model? You know? No worries. Let's say if I am trying to design some ML-based applications, right? You know what are the different use cases of ML-based application? I'm not going detailing to them. All of you are some way or the other using some or the other applications or use cases. Yes, no?
Yes.
Say for an example, you are trying to develop any models, any use cases. Just for example, let's say you are trying to detect if a person is having a cancer or a heart disease or something like that. That's an AI model. That's an AI use case, basically. Understood? Till this part is everyone clear, right? What is the first step? What do you do if you are trying to develop, let's say, AI application? What is the first step?
Data set.
Importing the right kind of data, right? If you are trying to develop something related to healthcare, you cannot go back and bring data from financial sector, right? How much a person earns may be related to some heart disease or something, but that's maybe not a very highly relevant data for your application, right? Got this one? So importing the right kind of data. Yes or no? Got the idea? What's that mean? Very good. Okay. Second point is you have a data. Okay? You have a huge amount of data set. What do you do? What is the next step? Just no the wrong answer. You guys do not know anything. Don't worry about it. Man. You can't be wrong, right?
We train the data set.
You will
Train the
train the
data.
data. So second step is you have a data set. You train the data. For training, you have different ways, right? You can use certain frameworks, certain languages. There are a number of ways available, open source ways. Say for an example, anybody use TensorFlow? Anybody use PyTorch? Okay. These are some of the open source frameworks from big companies which have already done some bits of training over some kind of use cases which you can use to train your models. Got it? Import, training is done. Now what you have is an output of these two steps. Import of the data is done. You have trained over the data. Now you have a model, right? The third step is you are having an output as a model, trained model. Yes, no?
Yes.
Try to go as high level as possible. Like it's a class order. Okay, don't worry. I'll take it 5-10 minutes, then we'll go back jump into the session. Okay? Importing the right kind of data, training the over that data using some of the other techniques which we'll see. Then you create a model. What is the last step? You have a model. Then what will you do? Deploy. That's the last step. Deploy or inference, basically, right? Deployment in a real-time scenario whereby real data will come and you will test your model how it is acting. If it is good enough, very good. Generally, it's an iterative process. You find the data is not giving good results. You go back, retrain the model, and it's an iterative process between the 3 steps, right? Even the 4th step can be an iterative. You haven't implemented the right kind of data. You go back and again, it's a complete cycle. Import, just if you can visualize, import, train, model. Yes or no? On a very high level, these are the 4 steps here while creating any AI-based applications. Now, each steps are so big, you have huge amount of teaming or huge amount of technologies in each of the steps. First step is importing or EDA we call it, exploratory data analysis part. Thereby, huge amount of engineers are required or specific developers are required. Second part is obviously ML training is a huge field, right? How you get models out of it. What is the type of framework which you use? What is the type of, let's say, like methodology you will use, supervised learning as well. There are huge number of things, right? Third is obviously when you have a trained model, how is the model should be deployed? That's a huge technology by itself, right? You directly deploy the technology and you see it's not doing great in terms of latency. It is giving you huge amount of time. Just imagine doing a CCTV analysis of a real-time video feed. Even if you have a huge good model, it has to be very leniently give you very fast results. So thereby the concept of deployment and inferencing coming into action. Getting it? So it's a huge world amongst these 4 steps. Who would fill these gaps? Who would fill these gaps? Come on, guys. You guys, right? Developers, engineers? Yes, no? Okay. How many of you any interest to go forward with any ML-based application creation or AI-based field? Genuine interest, like you want to know what is happening, or you want to create some models or stuff like that. How many of you have interest towards that? 3, 4. It's okay not to have interest even. No worries. Okay, don't worry even. But okay, honestly. If you have interest, so you will have to at least deploy a small application. Then you will get to know each of the steps. Then you focus on one of the steps. That is the general way to go into the path of building ML models or going into the field of AI ML, right? Getting the point? Yes or no? Okay. Now coming to the specific topic that we discussed. Say for an example, if you want to develop a model, during the development of model, those who have developed would know. Those who haven't, please understand the point. So when we are trying to train a model for a specific CPU, let's say Intel-based CPU, you will have to use certain training parameters and specific different types of arguments for making it training in a CPU. So we call it, you will have to follow the CPU programming model. That's the standard way. If you want to train a model or create a model in, let's say, NVIDIA-based GPU, which we call CUDA, okay, you will have to use the GPU programming model. For NVIDIA, it is known as CUDA. For training it in GPU. Understood? Is this part clear? Similarly, for other type of hardware architectures, let's say if you are trying to develop a model for FPGA, FPGA is a smaller development board, programmable arrays, or any kind of other accelerators such as GPU or other kind of development boards. If you want to do that, they each have their own programming model. That's the standard way the entire development works. Understood? Then you have multiple middleware frameworks like we discussed, say for example, TensorFlow, PyTorch, and all those things. You develop certain kind of applications over here. Yeah.
What about the new tensor cores that are used in NVIDIA GPUs?
I'll come to that. So they are using this one again. I'll come to that. Okay, so this problem statement is clear till now? Okay. And just imagine in today's world, we are developing applications which require CPU at some stage, GPU at some stage. Yeah, in together, in one application even. There is no such division and hardware required. Or let's say okay, you cannot use together on both of them. Maybe for the training you require a GPU. But for the deployment, you might not require a GPU, you just require a CPU. Or vice versa, right? So this is a problem. Say for an example, I have developed a good model for CUDA. Now I have access to an Intel-based GPU. I want to run that model in an Intel-based GPU. Can I do that? Yes, no? No. This has been trained with the CUDA-based GPU programming model. I cannot directly jump back and deploy it in a CPU. That's a huge problem. Just imagine CUDA-based models. I do not know the number. It's a huge amount of models are already there, but you cannot use it for an Intel-based GPU. You'll have to create that and train that entire model using the CPU programming model, right? So that is what is being, it's a huge problem in terms of, we call it HPC or multiple architecture programming, that is high performance computing programming. So there is a separate programming model and toolchains required for each architecture are required, right? Got it? Now comes the solution. So the entire industry's vendors and everything, they have collaborated together. Like this is a problem in the entire industry, right? And just imagine the expanse of the problem. Say for an example, each company has to have development teams specific for different types of hardware architecture, which is not desirable, which is a huge cost to the company. Got it? You say like I'm an expert in CUDA. He said I'm an expert in Intel GPU training. He says I'm an expert in FPGA, but that shouldn't be the case in today's world. You should be saying an expert in creating models which works around in each of the development boards, right? Or in each of the hardware architecture. Thereby the concept of one API came into action. Now you see, in place of all the programming models which are very specific to the hardware architecture has been replaced by one API. Got the problem? Like problem statement समझ में आया, solution समझ में आया? Yes, no?
Yes.
I'm trying to go like a professor जैसे पढ़ाता hating myself again. 5-10 minutes more. Is this okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, how does one API helps in these problems? I come to that. So, what happened is that the entire industry vendors came and they came up with an open industry standard. So, there are certain open industry standards available, which are known as SQL-based language and other languages. I will not go detail into that. So, just imagine there is a standard which is being accepted by all the vendors. Intel bhi manta hai, Nvidia bhi manta hai, and AMD bhi manta hai, and there are different vendors which agrees. One API worked on all those aspects. मतलब उसी के ऊपर they have built a framework. Got the point? So one API has been designed over the industry specifications or the open industry specification, which is being accepted by all the vendors. Got the point? So that is the reason it makes it intercomparable between different vendor hardware architectures. Got the idea? Yes? No? Yes. Got it? Okay? It is compatible with mostly all the kind of high-level languages such as CPP, Python, Java, Golang. All this is one API is compatible with it. So you can write any programs. How to implement? Don't worry about it. That's very, very easy. I'll come to that in the next part. But you got the idea? Like one API comes into action and it becomes a standard. So you do not have to worry which programming model or which hardware you are developing. You implement one API concepts into that one and automatically it becomes interoperable. Got it? You agree that this is a problem statement which needed to be solved? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Sure. We have said something. Take it. Now, don't worry about the jargons and everything. If you are not able to understand any single word, please let me know. Take it. Now, how do we implement and what are the different ways we can help in doing that? Say for an example, for today's session, I'm not even interested. You can say I'm not interested into multiple. अभी तक modeling नहीं बना है, HPC करना है, high performance computing or multi-level architecture or something like that. Then should I use one API? That should be a question, right? I was very happy. I will develop a model which is specific to my CPU and which runs on a CPU, or I will develop a model which is for NVIDIA GPU. I do not require interoperable features. Then should I use one API? Till now, whatever things we have discussed, should I use? There is no use of one API, right? Now, so the another important advantage of using one API is that the different types of libraries which we generally use, say for an example, we use Python, right? Let's say we are using Python, normal open source Python version we are using, right? Inside the one API concept, the Python has been optimized to make it Intel optimized Python, which gives you much better result in place of normally using Python. First of all, it makes it interoperable. But if you are not interested, say for today's session, I am not interested even to design an application which is interoperable in nature. But if you want to design an application which gives you much better performance, in place of Python, you use the one API optimized or Intel optimized version of Python. In place of TensorFlow, you can use the Intel optimized version of TensorFlow. In case of PyTorch, you can use the Intel optimized version of PyTorch. Got the idea? So in two ways, it helps it. First is it gives a productive, smart path to freedom for accelerated computing. Accelerated computing means better benchmarking results in place of the different types of other open source version. For example, in place of TensorFlow, you can use the optimized version of TensorFlow. Got the idea? Yes or no?
Yes.
Take a big deep breath. ठीक है? बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं हो रहा है? Cool? Now, how do we implement it? Okay. Very smartly, Intel has done a very good thing. what it has done is it has wrapped all the different kind of libraries and frameworks into different kinds of toolkits, right? According to different use cases. For example, if I am interested in developing an application which is AI/ML related, okay, I will be very interested to go forward a toolkit which is known as Intel AI Analytics Toolkit. Got the idea? What does it contain? It contains all the different kind of optimized version of the open source libraries which are required for ML based application. For example, it consists of Intel optimized TensorFlow, Intel optimized PyTorch, Intel optimized DL, Intel optimized Python, Intel optimized NumPy, and all those things which are required generally for ML and DL based applications are being bundled inside this tool. Got the idea? Similarly, if you are developing something related to, let's say, IoT based application which requires certain MQTT protocol and all those stuff, all those optimized version of these protocols are present inside this Intel One API for IoT. Okay? Similarly, for if you just want to make it interoperable, let's say you are taking a CUDA based framework and you want to run in a Intel based GPU. CUDA is an NVIDIA based GPU programming model. You can use the One API based toolkit just to convert it. You do not require any. Similarly, for if you are doing something related to video analysis and graphical stuff like that, you can use the One API rendering toolkit. Got the point? So, according to each of the use cases, they have bundled together different types of toolkits. Yes, no, got it. How to implement? I'll come to that. We will share you entire codes and stuff like that. Okay? Is this clear? Till now, anybody's case. Now is the time. Okay, all set? I assume that all of you are understanding the things that we are all keeping out. I'll just go into detail of one of the toolkits, then we'll jump into the session. Okay? Is this fine? Okay. As today's session was mainly related to AI analytics, I'll discuss just about the AI analytics toolkit. Now just imagine in the AI analytics toolkit, there are multiple types of libraries and frameworks which are very related to ML and AI-based application. Such as in terms of machine learning, you can see Intel extension for scikit-learn. How many of you use scikit-learn? In place of scikit-learn, you can use Intel optimized version of scikit-learn. Okay. In place of XGBoost, you can use Intel optimized version of XGBoost. In place of Python, you can use Intel optimized Python version. Okay. Similarly, for deep learning, optimized version of TensorFlow, PyTorch, neural compression, other things are given. You can, as we are discussing, this is a complete open source thing. I'll tell you how to install it. You can install it completely using the different ways, like through Docker, through pip installer, and through different methods. In your local system, you can download the entire library or the toolkit. The moment you download the entire toolkit, you can use all the components inside it. Or if you are sure, just I'll use the optimized version of TensorFlow, you can even download it as a standalone package. Okay. I'll discuss all these things in the session, like how to download and what are the different ways. Yeah, please.
If we are not going to download it and use it in something like Colab, is that accessible there as well?
Yeah, I've tried it. There are certain things which you need to do. If you require the entire notebooks and all, do let me know. I can show you for different libraries. Okay. This is one example of how to implement. Those who have been this is those who have used scikit-learn, they would understand it's very easy to implement the Intel optimized version of scikit-learn in place of the normal open source scikit-learn. Okay. Generally, we use the statement or the command pip install scikit-learn. Okay. In place of that, you just need to replace it with pip install scikit-learn -intelx. That's it. Got the idea? This is as easy as it sounds to implement. We will share you the entire code samples and everything. Along with this, we can share you the entire PPT so that you will have access to all these things. But just understand this part. And some bits of code change, which are anyway you need to do it according to the use cases. Got the idea? This is as easy as it sounds. I have given some examples. You need a break? Break चाहिए? हाँ ना कुछ तो बोलो. Just for 2 to 5 minutes more. Then we'll convene for 5 minutes break. Then we'll go for the session. Okay? Is it okay? Yes? No? In place of pandas, how many of you used? Or no at least? is a very common library for accessing different types of CSV data and all this stuff, right? I would suggest very strongly in place of pandas use Modi. Okay? It's an optimized version of Panda and it gives you much better results. We have different benchmarking results and code. The way to install is very easy. Pip install pandas as DF. Sorry, pip install pandas as PD. Okay? That is the normal way to do that. In place of this, you can use pip install Modi. And similarly, as you use import pandas as PD, DF is equals to PD.read, whatever thing you want to get, in place of the same thing remains there. Got it? Similarly, for other things, this is very important, guys. How many of you have used PyTorch? This would be very beneficial for the people who have used the PyTorch. In place of PyTorch, please replace it or try out with IPEX. Okay, that is Intel optimized version of PyTorch. That's it. The way to do that is given. Generally, if you use PyTorch for CPU, this is the code that we implement. But if you use the Intel version, just use this code. That's it. Okay, you will get a lot of. There are huge number of benchmarking reports. In terms of accuracy, it increases a lot, but in terms of latency, it decreases a lot. So it's a huge kind of advantage which you can get just by converting it from an open source version of PyTorch to IPEX. And both are open source in nature, so you're not required to do anything. Similarly, for TensorFlow, okay, those who have used TensorFlow know pip install TensorFlow is the normal way to import it, right? In place of that, pip install Intel TensorFlow. In terms of code, you do not require any code change apart from that. You can use the same parameters and stuff like that, whichever you are using in normal normal version of the TensorFlow. Got it?
So while importing, it just import TensorFlow dot SQL.
That's all. That's it. If it requires some added dependency or something like that, it would automatically download it. Okay. Neural compressor is a specific library which has been designed inside an Intel AI Analytics toolkit. It's a wonderful example. I would suggest all of you to give it a try. It is used for quantization and different types of optimization for already trained library or while you are training the library. Yeah, got it? So if you are training a library, if you want to make it more optimized and more quantization should be, there are multiple approaches which has been done, and it supports TensorFlow, PyTorch, ONNX, and other types of open source framework models which has been trained by this. Very useful library for developing different types of ML-based applications. Dal4py, again, a very important library. Whoever is designing some application related to data analytics, right? It is included inside the Intel distribution for Python. So if you are using Intel optimized version of Python, automatically you can use the Dal4py. And apart from that, I'll show you all these. Okay. Now this is the statement which I have written. Okay. Is this part clear? What is one API? How to implement this? At least 20% clear? 20-30%. We'll again revisit during the hands-on session. Fine. Now, there is another huge problem. Let's say we have analyzed, we have made it interoperable between them, and we have made it optimized, right? Now we are using different technologies. Now, obviously, each has its own standard practices, but we generally do not follow that. So, lab of best practices and cross-functional nature all contribute to the challenge of deploying LLM models. Now, understand the code process. Whatever we have discussed till now is for training the models in different types of hardware. You have a pre-trained model. Now, can you, like say, deploy it in a CPU? Let's say you have trained a model for CPU. You have deployed it in a Intel CPU only. Can you deploy that same model in an Intel-based GPU? Cannot do that. Even we are not going forward with multiple hardware vendors. We are going forward with each vendor, specific vendor. Let's say you have developed a model which is for deploying in Intel-based CPU. Okay? You cannot deploy the same model in Intel-based GPU or same FPGA or Intel-based other types of development modes. Got it? So that's a huge problem in the deployment section also. Thereby is another toolkit which is available, which is known as So there is a specific toolkit which was also there in the section where we are discussing the different OneAPI toolkits, which is known as OpenVINO toolkit, which was earlier a complete separate toolkit. Now it has been under the OneAPI toolkit only. So it's a specific toolkit which is used for deployment only. It is not for training or anything. Got the idea? Yes? No? Okay. Say for example, if you understand this diagram in a very briefly. Say you have a pre-trained model for different types of issues. Shift the speed about issue. You will have to shift. Come here, come. There is space. Visible for you? Here. Up to this side. Visible, guys? Thank you for highlighting that. Okay. You have a pre-trained model for different types of use cases. Understand? Say, for example, doing license plate recognition, blah blah blah. You can imagine, which has been pre-trained by using some of the other frameworks such as TensorFlow, PyTorch, blah blah blah. Okay. So you have a pre-trained model right here. Okay. Now you want to deploy it in the different types of hardware, such as of Intel CPU, Intel GPU, Intel FPGA, or ARM boards, or something like that. Deployment. We are not talking about training and stuff like that. We are talking about pre-trained model. Just imagine. Can you do that directly? No, it won't work. You will have to change the argument parameters and everything, right? But if you are using OpenVINO, how to use and what to use will tell. If you are passing it through OpenVINO, it converts the model to an intermediary stage, which can be deployed across the different types of hardware architecture, different types of hardware architecture without any change in the code or without retraining the entire model again. Got the point? It's a very, very useful kit, guys. Give it a try. Okay, those who are making or deploying models. Okay. Another very good example is generally when we are developing ML-based applications, some tips and tricks. Generally, some guys, we do not want to train an entire model. We can train. We can take a pre-trained model which is already available in Hugging Face and stuff like that. There are multiple sources, right? Huge number of pre-trained models are already available. Such as a very classical example, object recognition. I want to make an application for object recognition. You can take a trained model of a object recognition. Then just take a trained model from anywhere, pass it through the OpenVINO, and it can be deployed in multiple different types of hardware architecture. Got it? If you are just interested in the deployment portion of it. Okay. Similarly, there are different types of. Okay. Remember this part for the students who are just trying to get into the field of AI. This is a very, very important thing for all of you guys. एक बार और ना से कितना टाइम है? 15 कुछ पता है प्रेजेंटेशन आ रहा है एक टैब करिए Actually, guys, if you have your laptops and stuff, open it up. Just search मारो Google में Intel Model Zoo बोल के, ठीक है? Zoo as in ZW. Okay, Intel Model Zoo. You will find a complete GitHub repo with huge number of pre-trained models. So as you are just starting off, whoever application बनाना चाहता है, that's a gold mine for students, I would say. ठीक है? Please take care. I mean, you have a huge number of pre-trained models. You can just take any one of the models and build your own application. Sorry? No, just search in Google Intel Model Zoo. You will find a GitHub link. Yeah. Yeah.
I think
Yeah, guys, if you can see the screen, Intel Model Zoo. This is the GitHub repo. It has huge number of already pre-trained models and stuff for different use cases. Say for an example, if I just click on this models folder, there are multiple types of models which have been done through open source public and Intel also. So you can go forward and see the different types of use cases and the already pre-trained models. And also the benchmarking, how is it, let's say, working in different types of environment is also available inside it. Say for an example, if you want to do something related to text recognition, you can use this text recognition, ResNet and all those things. So these are already complete pre-trained models, completely open source. Also, there are different models from Intel people also. Again, this is completely open source. Say for an example, if you want to do edge gender recognition, ASL recognition, that is American Sign Language recognition, which I have also done some contribution. Face detection, there are different models which are available. Fine. You can always take help of these models and build your different types of applications. These are again completely license free and intercompatible. Again, as I say, open source entire product actually run the moment they open source it. Okay? And I'll show you different open source other things also. Any other queries? How many of you even want to start off building different kind of ML models after this session? One, two, three, four. Okay. I would suggest very strongly that all of you give it a try. ठीक है, एक तो छोटा कुछ use case बनाओ. Then you will understand a different process, right? And there are different ways which we have discussed here. Okay, so give it a try in terms of the different open models. So, yeah. Now we'll go into the detailed discussion of what is Intel developer cloud and stuff like that. ठीक है? इतना ना खुद भी है मतलब 20%, good enough. Guys, this type of workshops or sessions is just a starting point where you need to know. We will give you the resources and stuff like that, but things have to be built, right? You cannot expect a 10-minute session बाद you will be an ML-based application developer. As expectation, so sorry we can't fulfill. But yeah, if you ask us like where to start from, what are the different resources available, how we can do, or let's say I have started, I'm at this stage, what more can we do? We can discuss on all these stuff. Yes or no? Expectation okay? Yes? Yes. How many of you use Python for different applications? Or how many of you are in third year? Okay. First year? Oh, you guys are in first year. Guys, this is the best time to start off your journey right away. I can understand this may be a little bit extra or something like that, but this is the right time, right? Don't worry. Okay, all of you open your laptop. First, we'll do the registration of the developer cloud. Then we'll go forward with what we can do with developer cloud. Okay, all of you, those who have laptop, please open it up, guys. And even those who do not have laptop, अपने mobile से you can at least register so that after the session you can get access to it. Okay, those who have laptop, please open it up, connect with the internet, like hotspot internet or something like that. Okay, all of you, please, guys. Please connect it with the hotspot network of yours. Guys, all of you, please open your laptop with your hotspot services and something like that. Okay. We should have proper internet connection. That's the only requirement. Then we'll do step by step. Go ahead, guys. Okay. All of us are set with laptops and stuff like that. Okay. Now. Now, go to this URL called cloud.intel.com. Go to this URL called cloud, cloud.intel.com. Okay? Go to this page. You will be the landing page of the Intel Developer Cloud system. Okay? All of you are into this page? Yes? No?
Yes.
If anyone faces any issues, please let me know, guys. This is very, very important because even after the session, you will have complete access if you register it. Okay? Now, then go to get started. Go to get started. Cool. All of you are here?
Yes.
Yes. Go to this standard free service. Subscribe on this standard free service. Have you clicked on subscribe? Yes. Okay. As I have already been enrolled, I will get this page, but you will get a page like this. Create an account, right? You'll get an account, create an account, right? This type of thing. Click on create an account. All of you can follow? Yes, no? Cool. Just create an account with all the details that are required specific to you. Okay, please do it. Please fill it up, guys. It would remain open till 12 and again it would close after 3. Okay, how many of you finished this part? Okay, then obviously you would get a verification OTP or stuff, some kind of single use code in your specific email address which you have provided while sign up. Okay? Easy. Okay. Guys, all of you finished this part? Yes, no? How many of you have finished the registration? How many of you have got the verification code and all those single use code in your mails? Awesome. Great. Sign in. Sign in done? Okay. You would be, when you are signing in up, you would be landing up into the console page or the landing page of the Intel Developer Cloud, something like this. How many of you are into this landing page? Great. Great. Let's finish it up. I would suggest all of you please do the registration because after this you would have complete access. So that's a wonderful thing. You would get huge amount of access, GPU access and stuff for free, all of you. Also be connected with us. We will also give you access to some bare metal servers too. It has Xeon processor and stuff like that. Okay, which is a huge thing if you are developing something and if you want to deploy and stuff like that. Completely free of course for now. All of you are into this page? Yes? No?
No. Yes.
What is the issue here?
The verification is taken out.
Internet issue maybe. Internet issue. Fill up this. Guys, try to have good internet, it should work. I'll try to log in. All of you are automatically getting redirected to this link. If not, then click Intel. Automatically you will be redirected to this landing page. How many of you are into this landing page? I need to see all of your hands, guys. Okay, great. Just wait for a few minutes till all of us complete, then we will go forward with consumption. Yeah.
ইন্টারনেট মডেলস গুলো হয় ওরকম কি এএমডি বেসড হয়
এগুলো সেম চলবে ওয়ান এমবি ইউজ করলে সেম চলবে console.cloud.internet just type in console URL dot cloud dot so go to this console.cloud.intel.com internet issue as usual. Hey, share your internet if you are not having some good internet, you will be able to access it. आवाज आ रही है?
लैपटॉप वर्कशॉप है नेक्स्ट टाइम में ये विदाउट लैपटॉप वर्कशॉप एग्जाम से how do you even see the codes and stuff
enterprise standard
Guys, if you are getting the prompt to choose from standard enterprise and stuff like that, choose the standard one. हाँ. All good? Okay. Last.
We are finding the freelancers and it's completely
All good, guys?
Sir.
Signing for the same account? How many of you are in this page? Again, raise your hands, guys. Thank you. Great. Thank you, guys, all of you. How many? I had access to 100 notes, guys. If you want to even share it with your friends, please do it. Okay. How many of you have not reached this page? Please raise your hands. Yes. Hey guys, how many of you are into this page? Yes, again, raise your hands. Okay, awesome. Guys, now come back here. Now, it's 2 minutes, then we'll go back. See, whatever things we have discussed now, the different frameworks, toolkits, and stuff like that, you could easily download in your local system. Say the way to do that is, say for an example, all the Intel 188 toolkits. We will share you the presentation which have all the hyperlinks. Don't worry about it. You will be redirected to this, which is the all the type of toolkits are available. Sorry. You know, and all the things. Okay. Say for an example, if I'm interested in the one AI toolkit, you can go and click on download. According to the different specifications and your requirement, you can select the different options you have. If you are interested for a deep learning, if you are interested for machine learning, and all those things, okay, there are different ways you can do that. Those who know like what is Quanta, you can go forward with Quanta environment development and download it in your system, okay? And if you want to do it through other ways, you have the access to through pip install methods and other methods also. Fine. This is the way you can download in your local system. But if you do not want to download in your local system but still want to use it, the other way is that you can use it through the internet. Because it has access to all the different types of frameworks and the toolkits and the libraries which you can see on the screen, which we have discussed till now. Is it consists of all the OneAPI toolkits availability is already there in terms of OneAPI base, OneAPI rendering, OneAPI HPC, and all the other stuffs. Along with that, it has all the kind of frameworks, say suppose IPEX, TensorFlow, and support is all there. So you do not need to download and set up it all in your local system. If you can directly use it inside the Intel Developer Cloud. It is already enabled with all the frameworks and toolings. Got it? Yes or no? Yes. And all the different kind of foundation models such as Hugging Face, Bloom, and one of the mostly used Meta AI, Llama 2, and all those things are already enabled inside the cloud service. So this is a huge boon to all of you guys. Those who are trying to develop some of the other kind of AI-based application, this is already enabled in the cloud service which you have already registered. Got it? Yes, no? This is in terms of the software toolkits which we have discussed. Also, the major important point is inside this there are different availability of the different types of hugely, let's say, computational power hardwares are available, such as Intel Xeon-based processors are there, which are generally using servers and different high computation hardware stuffs, right? So Intel Xeon servers are there, Intel Xeon Max series is there, Intel GPUs are also there. So Intel GPU Max series, which you can get access to it today. And along with that, Intel Gaudi-based AI processor is also there, which is specifically used for highly computing learning applications, right? So this is the different kind of use you can get. Now, when you will log into the system, you are getting a page like this one. If you want to know more about it, you can obviously go to Getting Started. If you want to find some tutorials, there is there. Whatever things we are discussing today, similar type of tutorials are also available inside it. And what are the different features, you can get it up here. Okay. For today, guys, for the free access, it has both paid access and free access. For paid access, you will get a complete bare metal server for your own without any. But for today, if you are taking it up for a free access, you will get an Intel GPU Max series shared access. That is enough for our application. Now, for accessing that, you can go into Trainings and Workshops tab. Click on Trainings and Workshops. Okay. Inside Training and Workshop, okay, another very important feature of this cloud is it is directly integrated with JupyterLab Notebook IDE. How many of you use JupyterLab? You know how useful is it, right? It is completely integrated with JupyterLab IDE or JupyterLab Notebook. Okay, and it would directly go there and you can run your applications there. Okay. Now, in terms of AI, if you want to learn like how to use the Intel optimized version of XGBoost for predictive modeling, you can just click on this one and complete code in JupyterLab would be coming to you. It's very useful, and you can run your programs. There are other examples also in C++, SQL, and stuff like that. For today, we have selected the GenAI application. Guys, getting the point? Yes, no?
Yes.
For today's session, we will go forward with the different GenAI-based application examples. You can see there are huge number of applications which are already there in terms of how to fine-tune an LLM model using QLoRa, how to create images from text prompts using Stable Diffusion, which we'll do today, how to generate image and add context to that image and generate new image with Stable Diffusion again, how to create your own LLM model and then deploy it and deploy an LLM model. So these are very wonderful examples which are completely available for all of you guys. How many of you use ChatGPT and stuff like that? Okay. Now is the time to use create your own ChatGPT style kind of applications. Right? You can obviously do that. The example for this is completely given. Simple LLM inference playing with language models. You can take help of multiple pre-trained models. Like ChatGPT is trained with some model, right? It's not open source, but you can take. There are a number of other LLM models which are open source in nature. You can take help and deploy it in your application. The complete code along with running codes is given here. Getting it? Is it interesting, guys?
Yes.
At least you got a place where you can learn the different stuff like that. So for today's first session, we'll go forward with one of my favorite, that is text to image stable diffusion. In this one, we will be trying to generate images out of text prompts. Okay, how we are going to do that, we'll see that. So for doing that, just click on this launch button or click on this hyperlink, whichever way you want to go forward with it. Fine. So you will get the complete whatever things that we have discussed. Say for example, what we are doing inside this notebook and stuff like that in this one. Then go to launch with Jupyter Notebook. Please click on launch with Jupyter Notebook. You need to have a bit of good internet. The moment you are connecting it would open the notebook in the cloud service. Okay? Please go ahead with it. Let me know if you face any issues in connecting to the server node or the Jupyter Lab notebook opening up.
Could not launch it.
It requires a bit of good internet. That's it. Okay, guys, once it is launched, you will find a complete Jupyter IDE interface like that. Remember, this is not running in my local system, but this is running inside the Intel Developer Cloud shared access. You can see the URL. This is not running in my local node, local machine. Get it? How many of you are into this page? Please let me know, guys.
Could not launch.
How many of you are getting this prompt error? Could not launch the training? Okay. At least 2-3 people send me the screenshots. Okay, that's a specific error to Intel. As in, it's a free access. All of us are trying to access at the same time. They block it sometime. I just post them up. They would get a reply and you will get access. Don't worry, you have all got the registration done. Okay, you will be able to access the same thing at your home at your own time. Anyway, it would get solved within 5 minutes. Yeah. Now go to console.cloud. I'm coming to that. Follow this part. Okay. Any of you got the chance to get into this? You have already generated image. Wow. Think at least someone got the access to this server. Don't worry, guys. If you are getting that error, not able to do that, close it. Try to open it in an incognito tab, because sometimes it takes it in the cache memory, okay, and doesn't give you the same connection again and again. Close it or try to refresh or delete all the cache memory of the. Or the easiest way is try in an incognito tab. Go to console.cloud.intel.com, sign in with the credentials, go to training and workshop, open this notebook. That's it. The same process. You will be able to do it at your home and stuff like that, but try it out right now. Apart from that guy, anyone got access to the notebook? Yes, no? Don't worry, you will have access to this one even after you go home and you can see the course. The same access like we have got right now. Direct cloud. ना प्लस इंटरनेट इश्यू एक तो माझे लिंक केलेला आहे body processor. Okay guys, how many of you got access to this notebook? वही कम्युनिटी गो बैक टू कम्युनिटी You will get access when you go. Either of the two reasons से ये होता है. All of us try to access at the same time. क्या एक system होता है minors को रोकने के लिए ना. They do this process के सब same node पे जब जा रहा है block कर देता है. ठीक है. I'll tell you. Support में है आज. Don't worry, just follow this up. In 5-10 minutes it will be able. Incognito में just type करना. Okay guys, we'll discuss this part and I'll come back to the login issues and stuff like that. Okay, guys, focus on this part of this screen for now. 5 minutes. Then I'll go back to this one. This is a very interesting example, guys. What we are trying to do in this example is creation of image from the prompts, right? Okay, even when you go home, there is a complete instruction. There is a complete instruction given whatever we are doing inside each of the cell. What are the different libraries we are using, why we are using, what are the packages which is required for running this program. Okay? There are very well written example is given up here. Say for example, these are the different types of packages that we need to run. I am running right away. Installation is in progress and installation is complete. Now there are different types of libraries which are very common if you know, say for an example, Pathlib for doing different types of directory manipulation and stuff like that. These are common libraries. The one that we are focusing for today is Intel extension of PyTorch. This example is running and using Intel extension for PyTorch, that is IPEX. The way to do that, if you can see up in this screen, import Intel extension for PyTorch as IPEX. That's it. Okay? So this is running on IPEX, this application. So I run this part of the cell. It takes a few seconds. Wow, error आ गया. Because पिछला वाला जो cell है, it couldn't download the entire package and stuff like that. Don't worry. One guy didn't get any error and उसका चल गया, ठीक है? Because some internet issues or stuff like that, ठीक है?
HDMI on the left side.
Okay, guys, who have got the access to the notebook? अभी तक same है? होगा अपना नोटबुक बना सकते हो, वो तो डेमो नोट। ओके गाइस, if you get the access one by one cell चलाना देखना, you will be able to have all the details of it. Don't worry, we'll try to connect on this laptop. मेरा भी same internet issues हो रहा है, I'm not able to run the different cells again and again. Any cloud service would require a proper internet connection, right? Okay, don't worry. This session is about getting you registered to that platform so that you can get it access even when you go home and explore it. The entire thing remains the same, doesn't change anything. वो notebook वही रहेगा and same रहेगा, ठीक है? These are some of the demos and examples. I'll tell you how to run your own codes basically, that we can do that. Okay, remember 2 points. The code or the example that we have seen is running on IPEX and it is running on Intel Max series GPU. It requires a good amount of GPU to run that program for generating the images from the text prompts, right? So guys, when we are trying to run this, you can see, right? These are the libraries which we are importing for this application, which includes the IPEX. Guys, 5 minutes more. We'll finish it up. Okay, just to give you some example, for this one, we are using a model from Hugging Face source, which is known as text to IMG. We have taken the pre-trained model called text to IMG, and we have used the class text to IMG for loading the model, and there are different examples which are giving up. Say for an example, for pipeline loading, we are using the load pipeline function. Okay, for optimization, we are using it optimize pipeline. So if I run this code, this part of the thing loads the model and optimizes it and runs the entire part of the code. Getting it? Okay. The last part of the section is basically if I want to, guys, if I want to see the output inside the notebook only, this is the part of the cell whereby the different, like say, codes have been written to generate the image like it. Say for an example, so there are 2 models which we have imported for this one. One is stable diffusion 2.1, the other is complete stable diffusion version 1.4. Okay? Say for an example, any prompt you want to do it, any prompt which you want, any image that you want to generate.
Technical workshop.
Sorry.
Technical workshop.
Technical workshop.
Elon Musk or something.
Moon.
With unicorns.
Elon Musk. It won't be able to do that much because the model is not that. Let's say I'll click on generate the images. 2 images have been selected. Oh, sorry. ये कौन से मोबाइल से कनेक्टेड है? हाँ, थोड़ा पास आ जाना। It should run. It's taking a few seconds because of internet. If you run this cell, automatically an image will be, a prompt will be generated where you can write your command. Yeah. What we are doing? Technical workshop in Moon with Elon Musk. Just for time sake, I generate one. Yeah, it is generating the image. So guys, this is directly running on Intel Max series GPU on a shared node access. Okay? If you would have read that description. Okay, what I will do is I will delete all the output which has been generated earlier. Just for confusion now, and again I try to generate this image. Yeah. Moon solar. Aliens. The particles come from moon. Elon Musk backside. Okay. The idea is not to check how good the model is, okay? But the idea is how you can implement these models in these things, and you can try out with other Hugging Face models or any other sources of pre-trained models also. Okay? Is it interesting, guys? Okay. Now, how you can run your own program? This is just one example, guys. You can go into this plus symbol. Okay? Run any kind of kernel. Kernel is basically the type of application you want to run an inference. Say for an example, if your application requires TensorFlow GPU, you select this one. Say it's a normal Python application, you select only Python kernel. Similarly, you can select according to your use cases, like the one that we are doing requires PyTorch GPU. So you can just select a PyTorch GPU and run your whatever code or upload your whatever code you want to do forward. Please try it out. Upload is like all of you know, just for an example, you can just click on those arrow button and upload your IPYNB files. Got it? The other way to change the kernel is from here. Go into the top right corner, select PyTorch GPU or anything, and then select the type of kernel according to your application. Also, it has access to terminal, so if you want to install certain libraries, certain frameworks, or do some command from Linux-based command actions, you can go to terminal and do the different stuffs like that. Yes, no? Yes. Interesting, guys? Yes. Okay. Apart from that, if you go back again to the training section, there are different other types of examples such as image to image generation. Same way the notebook would open up and you will be able to access all the different types of how you can generate one image out of another image. Okay? But you try for these ones, how you can create your own LLM inferencing models and try to do that. Then the next step would be train your own LLM model and use that. This one is just using deployment section, right? You are taking a pre-trained model and deploying it in a GPU of this one. Similarly, other examples, these are all completely fed examples are available for you as a reference point if you are trying to go forward with any development of GenAI based applications. Yes, no? Yes. Getting it? Cool? Okay. So yeah, guys, this was a part of it. I won't suggest like going forward with other examples right now because of some internet issue again, but the same thing would be there. Okay? Please give it a try. I would very, very strongly give it a try. मजा खुद भी आएगा and एक बार जब मजा आएगा, you will be able to do it every day. Okay? Okay. Apart from that, there are n number of hackathons which happens from different places. You know, like how many of you have taken part in a hackathon? Okay, guys. Please do keep a lookout. Please do be in touch. I do regularly post to LinkedIn and stuff like that if there is any hackathon coming up. There is one hackathon which is just commencing on 15th and 16th. The best thing is that in the hackathon you will learn a lot and you will earn a lot. Because if you while learning you will earn a lot also. So there is a lot of positives in a hackathon. Okay? In terms of 1 April, there are a huge number of hackathons which are happening. I'll share you the links and stuff. Do get connected. Okay? Thank you guys. Thank you. This was part of this. Okay, guys. Whoever has got the issue, now some of you can please send me in my WhatsApp. हो गया launch? देखो 2 से 5 मिनट बाद this is being done minus attack under, right? Continuously to get access. So whenever many of us are trying to do it at the same time, it totally blocks the access. But automatically, even if you do not get it, guys, do let me know. You can send me the screenshots, and if you face any issues, I'll be able to help you out. Okay? Thank you, guys. Thank you for session. All good? First कैसा लगा? कुछ समझ आया? 10-15 राइट टाइम है. Right, just one. Where खुले open हो.
I think we will out.
That's the same data.
The quality what is
Yes, OXT. XG. Companion? একটা জিনিস করে দিই, স্ক্রিনশট না হলে এটাকে ধরে দিই।
না না তুমি অ্যাকচুয়ালি লক দিন না Full screen. तुम्ही ये काय चेक करा ठीक आहे तुम्ही प्रेझेंटरचं चेक ठीक आहे
Okay, hello, hi everyone. Please settle down. Madam, please. Okay. So we had a very great workshop session from Asida. I hope you have learned a lot about internet development cloud. Some of you will be trying to test it out when you go home. Some of you already tried and generated some images, I think. Okay. So who generated the images? Okay. Okay. So now let's start our next presentation. So here is Mr. Govind Roy Chaudhary. He will be talking about cybersecurity, and he will be talking about his community that he wants to set up. Over to you. Thank you.
So, hi guys, Puneet this side. So, I resemble few of the faces over here, but almost many of you. I basically part of Kolkata cybersecurity chapter since last few years. Previously, since 2017, I lead Kolkata chapter of WSP and Alcon, but unfortunately, there are a few personal developments who have left those chapters. Those have been lead by one of next like two of my very close brothers. They are very good, and another chapter that we are talking about. I'll talk about that chapter at the end of the session. We'll take it around 5 minutes. I need that. It's a Cloud Security Alliance. It's a long-running chapter since 2010 till 2016. After that, a whole chapter got the people scattered. Many of the team members went to Bangalore. Many of team members live out India. So the whole chapter got stopped. Again, since last year, we are trying to plan it up to make those chapter online. That is basically for the organizations who helped us, like now schools, college. There are 4 school, college, corporate life, and government life, government organization. So we'll talk about that chapter, but before that, thank you very much for everyone coming here. Many of you are, first year, second year, third year, fourth year, all first year, all first year. Okay. Second year, third year, fourth year, no fourth year. Okay, you are fourth year. Fine. That's good. This is very good when first year students are coming to learn these security things. I will not bring any hands-on part today at last time. Now, previously I was deciding we'll do some hands-on, but no. I have very limited and time crunch today. I have to go and join another session at before the seminar going on. But we'll quickly go through this part. Nowadays, few of you are aware like cloud. What is cloud? Don't say that. Cloud does stuff. Don't say that. What is cloud?
Accessing information through the internet.
Accessing information through the internet. To the internet or over the internet. Which one is correct word?
Over the internet.
Now, over the internet or on the internet, which is more correct word?
Over the internet.
Over the internet. Why we say over the internet? Why?
I think because the information is directly not present in the internet, but on someone else's computer that are accessing through the internet.
Like internet
That's
is
over the
acting as a
internet.
medium.
Internet as a medium of communication.
Yes.
Internet is the medium of the communication. Now you are saying that internet is the medium of the communication. If I say not only internet, if I say intranet is also medium of the communication, then cloud means, what is cloud? A storage, basically. Nothing else. If we say cloud, how many clouds are there? Very common. Very common. Google Cloud, Azure and AWS. In very common word. There are lots of clouds out there which giving us a personal hosting or public hosting or others. Suppose I bought some storage from Google for my personal use, like our Google Drive. It is giving 15 GB of storage. Is this a cloud? Why don't you say no? Why? Who says no and who says yes? Is our personal Google Drive a cloud?
Yes. Yes.
And who says no? Anyone says no? No, if you are saying no, then I can say yes or no, both, but if you are saying no, then you have to give me a logic why no. Yes, we can understand that it is hosted on Google. That's why we are saying cloud. So no one saying no, right? It is yes, it's a cloud. Yes, it's a cloud. It's a cloud. What is a cloud storage? What we keep in there? You said photos. Fine. What else? Documents. You keep your Aadhaar card uploaded, passport photocopy uploaded, voter card uploaded. Okay, what is Aadhaar card?
Or data.
What is that?
Personal data.
Personal data. You have to say it again. Our data, that is fine.
PII.
More specific is a personal data. That is falls under PII, personal identification information. Another part, if you are saying, suppose like you are keeping up your medical records. Right? You are traveling somewhere, you have some medical problems. You keep your prescriptions and medical details uploaded in your Google Drive. What are those data? That is a personal health information. That is a PHN, right? Now you are working for an organization and you are keeping some information for organization transactions like organization TAN, organization PAN. What are those?
PWI.
It's a PWI. No, it's not PWI. That is also a confidential information for an organization. That is the compliance and regulatory part. Which we say, suppose like PCI DSS. You heard about that? What PCI DSS? What is PCI DSS? No, it's not a personal company information. Exactly, no. Eventually, what we will do? Okay, I will come to the PCI DSS. In this slide, we have that. We'll share that. So, for cloud, what is very important? In our case, you are your students. You are working. You are keeping your study bags. You are keeping your data. You are keeping your photos also. That is your personal photos. Personal might be very important for all of us. You are keeping the data. Data are also very important. Now, for an organization. Okay, not for an organization. What is most important for us? Not for an organization or not for personal. If you are saying for a corporate life, personal life, degrees of that, what is very important? What do you think? What is very important for us?
Privacy.
Privacy is very important. If you're saying privacy is very important, then what do you think? Which type of information, if that information goes out or leak or someone hacks or someone take that, it will create a lot of disturbance in your personal life.
SPII, sensitive personal identifiable information.
Fine, what is that?
Basically, our
Example.
bank account details or something which is so unique to us, which is not common.
Bank account details is one of the important things, right? So we keep our net banking transaction passwords also uploaded in Google Drive or OneDrive, whatever the personal drive you use. How many of you keep net banking transactions uploaded in the personal storage in Google Drive? You don't? How many of you use UPI from your phone? Right? You all? How many of you use free Wi-Fi from anywhere? Like now you're staying at hotel. You're not using hotel Wi-Fi? You're using hotel Wi-Fi. I stay at hotel. I have to use hotel Wi-Fi. You know how many? Huh? Now the difference between free Wi-Fi and hotel Wi-Fi, there is a what is the difference between free Wi-Fi and hotel Wi-Fi? Huh?
Free Wi-Fi is like
Firewall is not.
encryption.
Right. Very good. Encryption. We have AES encryption there. Right? Whenever you are doing that hotel, you are checking to the hotel, they give you the unique ID and password. They give you always. Either it is your last name plus room number, or either it is your name plus your identity. You're giving your Aadhaar card or voter card. Dealing with that, they are giving you the unique ID and password. Password is a random password generated by some tool. Right? Now that particular hotel Wi-Fi is also hackable, you all know that, right? Even any of the organization that we are running through, that is also hackable. No organization, if any organization, even including Google, including Microsoft, including AWS, say I'm 100% secure. No, it's not. Google also breached their data. Microsoft also breached their data. A few days back, Yahoo. And very recently, AIMS. What is AIMS? It's one of the biggest medical institute plus hospital in India. They have almost breached 40 lakh patient data. Like no one is 100% secure. But what we can do? We can
Protect that.
We can try to protect us. We can try to protect our network. How we can do that? That is very important. We can understand, like, yes, we can do that, we can try that, we can help that, but how we can do that? That is very important. How many of you are associated or heard about vulnerability assessment and penetration testing? You. So in short language, it's a VAPT. Now, how many of you know that VAPT? Only you. One. None of you heard about VAPT? None of them heard about VAPT. It's a common thing. So that is why we say that this penetration testing and vulnerability assessment can help us to mitigate our day-to-day risk. What is risk? We need to understand what is risk. Risk is like now I am driving a car. That is also a risk. If I am not focused, on the road, that is also a risk. Right? Now, similarly, in our day-to-day work life, day-to-day personal life also, if we are not focused what we are doing, that is also risk. When I say focus means what? We play freebies game, right? 8 pools. It's coming up from Facebook or somewhere. We like to play that. In all of the seconds, there is a somewhere pop-up come up like somehow there is a problem of accepting or denying. Most of the common people, what they do, they accept that because they don't read the whole thing because they are busy with the full game. That is human psychology. Based on normal human psychology, people will accept that. They don't, because our brain always says to accept. Never, it is never being promoted to deny. In a first sense, like our father, our parents, our grandparents, everyone. Nowadays, we or our next generation might have been seeing they might have been provoked to deny the request. That is a change of human psychology is already in process because I'm currently studying psychology from Calcutta University. One of the passport because my organization told me to study the psychological part, so I'm doing that. So that's why the recent data says the current generation or recent generations are more provoked to denial phase, more provoked to denial phase rather than allowed phase. So that is fine, but our main focus is to understand the risk. How we can understand the risk. So these are the few things, these are the very few things which help us to understand what is the cloud penalty. What is cloud penalty? How we can do that? The first thing is like the measurement. What is measurement? It's identification. Identification of what currently is going through the network or what currently is going through our personal data. Or you will be studying hard, you will go to some organization, you will start working there, might be a cyber security expert, might be some penetration tester, might be a very good part of that so cloud security analyst or cyber security analyst on various roles. Then you will start working on these measures. Measures what? Measures the information. What is going on throughout the network. Second is mimicking the attacker. Once you understand what is going on, then we will do the mimicking of attacker. Then after we will identify the vulnerability. How we can do that? I'm not going in that much of depth because the whole information will go outside your brain. Because process is doing via sandbox. How many people heard about sandbox? 3, 4. Okay, fine, that's good. What sandboxing does?
Sandboxing is a virtual environment where we created our programs and
The thing is the mimicking. The whole thing that we cannot do in our physical network. We took a VM, virtual machine, we mimic the whole scenario, we analyze that, we do the analysis. As per analysis, we identify the vulnerability, and mitigating the vulnerability is one of mitigating the risk is one of the major role. Now, how a patch release? Microsoft releases patches, hotfixes. How they do that? Or Google releases their patches, hotfixes. How they do that? The same way. They have their huge sandbox environment where they run all those things, where they do the testings, they mimicking the whole things, they assess the vulnerabilities, and after mitigating the risk, they apply that. Once it is a steady performance, after a few weeks, it releases for the public. There are two options called beta and public. Beta is if you are a beta tester, then you will be pushed this part. Then you will be pushed mitigating risk part. That will be pushed for you. You will get that either it is on Android or either it is on iPhone or it is on Windows or macOS. Because you are a tester, you will test that. So once you test that, if you find out something, then you will report back. They will again mitigate those things, then again they will push back like beta version .3, beta version .4, like that way. Once all the information they gathered and everything is being finalized, then they will release a public version for that. Right? This is how a penetration test does, basically. Now, why cloud penetration test is matter? Right now, cloud is very emerging thing. In today's world, everything is in cloud. Everything, our whole information. If you are going for a passport verification process, there is a police verification. Police has their personal cloud storage data where they have your every information. Those informations are also in cloud. So whenever we are auditing them, we do the same process. Why? Why it is important? Because first thing is protecting your data, protecting our data. If we are working for an organization, if that organization data broke, data somehow it breaches or somehow it has been hacked, that means your information is also out. What will happen? What will happen after that? The very easy thing, you will not get the salary for 1 month. That's why we are working, right? That's why you will work. Ultimate motto is like you have to earn money. And what is the meaning? What is the meaning of data theft? What is the meaning of data theft? Or if anyone hacked the data, what is the meaning of that?
Getting unauthorized access to
Claiming
some-
money. Claiming money. Ever you heard about like a hacker hacked your data and they sit at you? No. They ask, "See certain amount of Bitcoin, give me certain amount of $1 million, I will give you the encryption password so that you can retrieve your data."
In some cases, they also pass the data to the rival companies.
Exactly. In some cases, they also process. But ultimate motto is rival company gives you money, that's you process that information. Ultimate motto is money. Everything is associated with money. Without money, in today's world, nothing can help, not even hacker, not even retrieve of data, nothing. So first thing is that protect your data. Another word is confidential data. Now, data and confidential data, there is a huge difference. Anything can be a data, say photos. Or she says photos. Photo is very important for her, but for me, no. For me, it's a normal data. Rather, I will be more judged like her banking information is more important for us, and that is a confidential information or confidential. Right? So that is the difference between data and confidential data. Then after that, we have to comply with the regulatory actions like GDPR, HIPAA, GDPR, PCI DSS. Those are the regulatory guidelines. PCI DSS is a regulatory guidelines where we India do not have any IT law. Do we have? Till now we don't have. The people, the team, the SAR team, they are still analyzing, and there will be IT law very soon for India. But the minimum imprisonment for non-compliant PCI DSS, PI and PHI is 5 years of jail for law, or 1 lakh money, or maybe both. If you are doing that, now this. And the last point is why we put cost effective. If we do daily analysis, daily testing, daily health check, it will help us to identify the vulnerability prior to identifying by a hacker. If a hacker identify a vulnerability sooner than me, then they will inject those things, they will take the data out, and they will ask for ransom money. But if we identify this prior to them, we will mitigate it soon, so that they cannot be do that. So that's fine. The cost effect is also very important for that. Now this is what our cloud testing process works. This is the whole hot life cycle for a penetration testing. How it does? Like first, as I told, the information gathering should be the first thing. What are the most confidential and important data for us? For you, you are using your personal Google storage. You have to also be careful whenever you will access or you will upload anything. Right? So please do not upload your bank transaction password or UPI information in your personal Google storage. Keep it in your mind or write it down in your diary. That is also in your home. That is fine, but do not keep those data uploaded in any of the cloud storage. The second thing is, once we gather those information, we will do the assessment. If anything going out, like system if there is any security flaws. Also, like information gathering means not only the data. Information gathering means in our network you said firewall. If that firewall is well configured or not. If the ports are no. What is port? What is port?
Access point like to access the web service or the cloud
To
storage.
the port. Like now, the port means for SMTP or mail is 25. If this 25 is allowed, then only we will be able to reach out to the mail server, right? So if that port is vulnerable or not, if any information is going via that port is or not, that is also important for the assessment part, right? So this assessment is also very important. Once we do this assessment, the first is the third is what is this? What is this? This is being done in the sandbox, in the bins. We inject the risks for that. What it will do, it will try to access the restricted information. We'll see if that restricted information is being able to access or not. Right? Once we execute the malicious executions and all, we'll do the reporting. We'll create a report that this type of information can be breached via this type of malicious file or this type of malicious setup. Now we need to mitigate the risk by patching that server, by patching that port, by patching that storage or anything, whatever is there. And that is why this is the life cycle, how it goes. Now there are the types. What are the types like now? There are web app testing. What are web apps? Any example of web applications?
Figma.
Sorry? Figma?
YouTube.
Google Pay.
So many web apps. ChatGPT, okay. Now, you said Google Pay, right? Nowadays, starting from 1 year or 2 years back, if you sign into Google Pay and try to download an application, there is a first security check. You can right now open your Google Play and you can check that there is a security check. First there is a security check. No, there is no security check found. Then it started downloading. Why is that? Why it happened? You know what happened with Truecaller? There is a live example. Who knows Truecaller? You use Truecaller?
No.
Free version?
No.
Huh? Still they are using Truecaller free version. Great. So Truecaller is one of the most vulnerable application that has been I think it was revoked from Play Store for few days to do the testing and all. And after iPhone has completely removed and they are only allowing you to purchase the app and use it. Reason being, the ads are coming, the pop-ups ads, those are adware. You know, it's similar to the malware, there is a adware also. It's that advertisement which are popping up in front of you, and without knowing that, you are allowing that ad, you are allowing those things. What it happened? How it happened? Suppose there is a I'll give you a very quick example. You might have heard about that. There is a bank net banking user. ICICIbank.com. This is a very common. It happened with many of the people. There is a SMS come to our mobile that you please log in and do the KYC and all. So this is very normal. Where is that the link? There is a link. If you click at the link, there is a small link, either Bitray or some link is there, and then once you click that link, it redirects to a similar GUI with ICICIbank.com, but the name is IC1CI bank.co.in. But you'll not notice that in a very fun, in an easy way. You cannot notice that. That is sitting behind somewhere. Some people, they are asking or they are redirecting you to their server, that is basically command and control server, CNC. That command and control server controls you. It will drop you a malicious code in your mobile or in your laptop. Unknowingly, it will silently sit and it will pass on every information, whatever you want. Whenever you try to log into your net banking account, it will also send you the same snap to the server who is sitting over there controlling that. It's easy to get a snap of your banking password, and we can then do the transactions. Now, you say like there is a transaction coming over there, but we have a two-factor authentication. There is a OTP come to your mobile. If I have your mobile number, how much time it will take to replicate that OTP? Google says 39 seconds. If I'm not wrong, it's like similar to that. 1 minute or so it will take to replicate the same OTP to my mobile, which goes to your number, which goes to you. So this type of penetration testing will help us or will help you in coming future whenever you will start studying the vulnerability assessment, penetration testing in your syllabus, in your I don't know, everyone is from computer science background?
I'm from
BCA. So that is also computer science, like now. It's a computer application and computer science, so both are same, almost same. You will rather you will have few of the more information that CSA people don't have, because you are part of the computer application program. So you will have few more details on that. Like you'll see which college. Techno India. So you'll obviously get that. But almost all are from CSE, but it is computer science background. So definitely you will have in your syllabus in like now either fifth or fourth or fifth sem, you will have that. You'll learn these all informations, everything. So this part is like now web app testing is very important. As you mentioned, YouTube. It is vulnerable or not. Anything going to YouTube or like Play Store. These all informations coming for the web app testing, network testing, as I mentioned, like the firewall. If the firewall is well configured, properly configured, ports are not vulnerable, these all things, how you will see ports are not vulnerable, how you will check that? You will do an internal DDoS attack. Denial of services.
Distributed denial of services.
Correct. You will do it internally to check if the port is giving a proper response or not. Right? This will help. Next point. Next will come social engineering also. Why social engineering? Why social engineering is most important? I am promoting something. I am promoting myself through not only Facebook. I am promoting myself through LinkedIn. LinkedIn is also a professional social networking. I am sharing my information through Twitter. I'm sharing my information through any other, like there are other social media platforms also. If those platforms are well configured, if those platforms are not vulnerable, that testing is also important. Right now, if a company is promoting something, they have to go through the social media. Why? Reach. Exactly. This event which is happening today, that is also posted in social media. Media currently is not only just uploading photos in a Facebook and scrolling down, that is not. Social media is also, in today's world, is very important for promotions. Through social media, many people earns. Like if you are a blogger, you have to be dependent on social medias only. Because you will reach people through the social media. If you are a food blogger, if you are a cooker, if you are a traveler, everything. That is through social media. So this testing is very important. And last is the endpoint. If your laptop is healthy or not. This is also another important point. Because if your laptop is not healthy, then anything can be happen. Like as I mentioned, that if there is a malicious code inside your laptop, they will pass on the information. Right? Now these are the benefits, as I mentioned, managing risk, compliance, cost effective. These are the benefits of this. And I would rather say I will not take much time today. Rather, I will say be safe. Don't use free Wi-Fi and free games because nothing is free for you. It will cost you. If you are still playing free games, pay it out and play it out. Yes. Pay it out and play it out. Okay. Do not use any free games, freebies. That will cost, because you don't know how a hacker will hack you. Right? Now, how many of you wants to be a hacker in your future? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Be a good hacker. White hacker. Ethical hacker. Don't do the dark sides.
Sir, but until we explore the dark side, how will we understand it?
See, dark side you always do. The same thing, simple thing is like, you know, last year I got a phone call. Last year, in the month of January, this year in the month of January, I got a phone call around 3 a.m. from Telangana police that someone has hacked Telangana police website. He's a very close to me. He's part of our communities also. Now, you know how it happened. Family has been jailed for 3 months. Take him out. And that will create a very mess. Right? That will not help you to get your job. And that will push you more darker side. So when we say more darker side means if you're going dark and dark, there is no lights, there is nothing you can have. So be a good hacker, be a very good one. Don't be dark one, don't be black one. Now you're trying to say something. I will, without listening your question, that we should know the dark. Yes, so that's why we said like police. What police said. Police always says that if you want to catch a thief, you have to think about how he is thinking. So you think about it, don't do it. So think. Okay. So nothing else. Be white. Be ethical. Don't be dark. And I will just quickly go. Yes. So this is the community that I was talking about, Cloud Security Alliance. This is a very vast and big community. The CSA actually responsible for giving approval to any of the clouds, whether it is Google, it is GCP, or it is Azure, or it is AWS. So any cloud storage has to pass via CSA. So CSA is a vast organization. If you are interested, you can talk to your college. You can go back and talk to your HOD that we want to have this. If you want to have a session, we are going to almost every college in Kolkata right now, not outside of Kolkata. But I travel few times. But if you are interested, you can talk to your college. You can talk to your HOD. We are there. We have a very good team, very strong team from the class of like now. From many organizations, even then you are sitting here. You know, might be Shobhit Tenugupta. Shobhit is also part of us. They are also part of us. So, if you are interested, you can go and talk to your HOD, and we will conduct a hands-on session, including 2+2 4-hour session. We can do that. And for college and schools, that is absolutely free. There is no charge we will take from college or school. Okay? So if you want to have file information, you will take that. So you can take this if you want to have. You can write me a mail. You can connect me over the phone, and you can find me this name. You can find me in the LinkedIn also if you want to connect. Thank you.
Folks, কেমন লাগলো এই সেশনটা? খুব ভালো। তহিনদার একটু কাজ রয়েছে, তো উনি এক্ষুনি পেয়ে যাবেন। তো কাজে দেখা বলবো টোকেন অ্যাপ্রিসিয়েশন।
Guys are smart.
Okay, so next up there is a session on front end. I hope you won't take much time because food is coming, food is on the way. Don't worry. So Gaurav, let's have a huge round of applause for.
Hopefully, I mean, if और बोलते हो कि वो करने को क्रेडिट कार्ड पर और वन कार्ड আছে আমরা কি দেই না ল্যাপটপ কিনতে হবে তো ওয়ান কার্ডটা দিচ্ছি 4% ডিসকাউন্ট দিচ্ছি ওইটাকে লিমিট 5000 করা কি করে পেমেন্ট ঠিক করে দেন বাবা বলেন এই ডেবিট কার্ডে আপনি 1000 কয়েন নিয়ে আমার 75000 ওটা ফটোতে তো রিয়েল উপর ডিপেন্ড করে আমরা বাবাটা ওটা দাদা আমি একটা স্টুডেন্ট তো বাবাটা কি করছি আমাদের কথা আমি আবার যাব হচ্ছে যে কোনো জায়গা থেকে সাইকেল মানে বলেছে যে এখন সেন্সর ওরকম না মানে নেই অ্যাকাউন্ট ডিটেইলস ডেবিট কার্ড অ্যাকাউন্ট সোয়াইপে কি অ্যাকাউন্ট ডিটেইলস ডেবিট কার্ডে পেমেন্ট কার্ড ডিটেইলস দিও
Okay. Hi guys. Hello.
भूख लगा सबको?
हाँ.
मुझे भी लगा. But we can't work on it right now because food is coming, and so we gotta wait. And instead of just waiting and talking ahead, why not let's talk about something that a lot of people oftentimes forget. So hi, introducing myself. I am Gaurav Kushal. Right now a front-end developer at Dynapile. I was the ex-lead of GDA CTIU, an ex-intern at Let's Upgrade. Oftentimes you will find me playing games like Valorant when I'm way too depressed, or other times World and Call of Duty. So that's about me. So we are here today at GDC Cloud Kolkata's session, the year-ending meet of celebrating tech. December is the time of holidays, right? We have Thanksgiving, Christmas, a lot of things going around. So happy holidays, everyone. Now, the question is, you guys see a lot of websites, a lot of content all around, right? Let's take an example of application such as Instagram or Facebook. How is your user experience when you use it? How would you rate it on a scale of 1 to 5? 4.5? Great. 3.2? Okay, great. No worries. Now, on a similar scale, how would you rate your experience on, let's say, a site, a website made by a first year student, if he is not that great in tech?
0.6.
Huh?
0.6.
0. 1 star, 0. Okay, fine. So, apart from all the functionalities, all the features that they have, what other criteria or factor does it involve in your decision making? Smoothness, right? How fast it is, how robust it is. So that's the question of to optimize or not to optimize. Web performance is, oh by the way, this presentation is completely a Simpsons edition. How many of you are Simpsons fans? You guys will get the references very good. Alright. So let's talk about web performance. What is it and why should we even bother about it? As I explained before, web performance is when you're looking at certain websites or web apps. One of the few factors that come into our mind is how fast it loads, how better or how optimized it is to each of our inputs, and how less amount of times does it cause you, does it give you bugs so that you have to reload the site and get it working again. These are some of the criteria that involve inside the big and vague domain called web performance. Why do we need it? Of course not. Talking from a developer experience, if you do not optimize your websites or your applications, you will be called an average mediocre developer Talking from a business perspective, you will just lose clients. Either way, boss se jhar milega. So, when we talk about some metrics in anything in our life, when we talk about some metrics or quality of something, we need some tools to measure it, right? Like, we don't have a very great method of finding out how happy we are. I get it, everyone's depressed, everyone's sad. But in order to determine how performant a web is or how optimized it is, we do have some tools that is listed here. We have got Page Speed Insights, Google UX in Chrome UX reports. We have got some Chrome Dev tools, Search Consoles, that is also provided by Google. The famous one that most of us use or most of us come across in our early stages of development or career is Lighthouse. Integrated with Chrome, integrated with a lot of different browsers, it gives you good results. Now, finally, we know about what to improve. We know about how to look at in order to know the improvements needed. But let's talk about numbers, right? We need some numbers in order to determine that does this particular thing need improvement? Like if you are a grade A student with a 9 GPA, do you think that guy needs improvement? Yes. Yeah, of course he does need improvement in certain areas. But then we also have metrics of CGPAs falling below 8 or falling right between 7 to 8, right? For those we have got the clear metrics that this is the academic score that you need to improve. Similarly, when talking about web performance, we do have some proper metrics. First, the one that is written here is first contentful page. What does that mean? First contentful page, by the way, I'm just going to read it out and then I'm going to explain. It basically marks the first time when any part of any text or an image of the entire website is painted on the screen. Mind my words, not rendered, not loaded, painted. I'll talk about painting a little bit later. Second is the largest contentful paint. Now, based on the previous description, I think this makes a lot of sense. Like, first contentful paint was the first time it paints. Largest is the maximum amount of time it takes for the largest element to be painted. Total blocking time is what? The entire time duration for which the website will render, perform its layout, and then it will paint, right? Cumulative layout shift. Now, this is a very interesting thing. How many of you here are, preachers or practitioners of piracy? Torrent use karo. So, in torrent sites or maybe in some illegal sites, you might see, or even some blog sites, for example, you might see that when you first get a page, when you first load a page, and you try to click on an element, the element does not get clicked on, but instead it just shifts below, shifts to the side, wherever, and an ad pops up, right? Yes. So this shift in the layout from what we are shown initially to the entire process when the render is complete. If there is a shift in the position of the element, these things affect the cumulative layout shift. So the metrics will be 0. If there is a difference, it will be shown accordingly. And finally, speed index. I think it is very self-explanatory. What is the speed and all that? I won't be going too much in depth about all of these topics because these actually were covered in GDG Cloud Kolkata's I/O Extended by Somadip Choudhury. In the speaker notes, you might find his slides attached, or even in GDG Cloud's Twitter handle and LinkedIn handle. You can find that slide. So, good luck exploring. Now, these are some of the differences that you can understand and see. What makes a website slow, or what metrics make a website tell us that a website is fast. On the left, we do have a performance score of 38. I'm not going to explain how all of that scoring is done, but then again, and on the right side, we have got a performance of 97, accessibility 85, 73 best practices. 91 of SEO. Finally, we have something called a PWA, which we will be covering in the next half of the talk. Now, obviously, I don't think I need to explain much of this. Even if the metrics don't explain much, I hope the illustrations will. Right. Now, we talked about metrics. We talked about what needs to be improved. We talked about how to know what to improve. Now, let's talk about actually how to improve. This topic written right here, critical rendering path, is the first topic that I believe every web developer in their life should learn. I have received a lot of guidance in my college. I have seen people give guidances to other people. Most of them are in college. So I'm not talking about the professional lives, most of them are in colleges. That whenever someone asks for a roadmap of how to learn web development, HTML, सीख लो, CSS, JavaScript थोड़ा time लगेगा, then pick a framework and move on. This is the typical roadmap that people are given, and this is a typical roadmap that most of the times that you do find on the internet as well. But before learning about languages, we need to understand some of the definitions, some basic theories that affect. How many of you here are, I wouldn't say proficient, at least on an intermediate level of web development? How many of you are? Okay, what else? Who else? Okay, sorry. How many of you have started learning web development? And how many of you are experts in it? Okay, thank you. Can you tell me, does anyone here know about this term called critical render path? Anyone? I don't have a problem if you are wrong. I don't have a problem if you do not. Because, let's be honest, 8 months ago, even I did not. So it's fine. We talk about writing a website in HTML. We talk about various big topics like WebAssembly, in which we use other languages, other tools in order to create stuff on the web. We talk about cross-platform applications like Flutter, for which we have Flutter, right? But in the end, everything comes down to what? Browsers, because that is where you are going to see your content, right? We need to understand how a browser loads the website, how a browser can parse the entire thing, make sense out of the HTML you have written, and create it into a proper website. Once again, I have added some detailed topics or a list of steps that the browser follows in order to render an entire website. You can find them when you get the presentations. And let's talk about it a little bit. What is the first thing that happens when you load a website? Let's see. Anyone?
The basic layout first loads.
Basic layout first loads. Fair enough. Anyone else?
Then the design.
No, what is the first thing? I want to know about the first thing that happens.
It sends a request to the server.
Correct. It sends a request to the source from where we can get the files over a network, right? So that is the first thing that happens. The second thing what happens, we have got our files. Now we know what to look out for. What we will look out for in the first place? The HTML file, right? So once the HTML5 file is received by the browser, it parses it. It may or may not encounter, depending upon the type of website, a JavaScript script, right? What happens? Browser then proceeds to parse the script, compile the script, parse the script, whatever you wish to call it. Based on the script, the entire HTML DOM is created. You guys know about the DOM, right? Document Object Model. So parsing HTML is a render blocking time. That means what? Whenever we are parsing the HTML, the browser allocates all of its resources to that, and only after it has been parsed will it move on to the next step. Then it does what? It proceeds with the JavaScript. It will parse all your JavaScript, look for errors in the code. If there is an error, it will give you reports and all that. Fine enough. While parsing JavaScript, while creating the DOM, we encounter what? CSS files. We encounter styles. CSS, remember this, is also a render blocking process. That means what? When the browser sees CSS, some CSS is present, we need to parse it. Then it will go ahead with its usual parse. It will create something called the CSS object model or the CSS program. Once all these three things are done, the document object and the CSS object model will proceed to okay. These two proceed to create the what we call a rendered tree. Right? Rendered tree is created. Then we need to, the browser then does what? It does a geometrical positioning of all the elements depending upon where they are present, what is the margin, what is the height, width, etc. Finally, we did talk about painting in the last slide. Finally, we paint. Any idea what this paint process will do? It's a very common answer, or very, you can use your common sense to come up with this solution.
Load the website. Load the website.
No, it's a very vague term. Load the website. I want to know something very specific. What does the paint do? Anyone? Batao.
Show the basic skeleton.
That is in the layout process.
Paint the graphics on the blank.
Not on the blank. It basically just colors all your elements first. Pati wrong in this. Okay. We talked about sorry, we did not talk about optimizing the critical rendering. We talked about the critical rendering. Right? Now, how can we optimize it? Since it is evidently clear to us that parsing HTML, parsing CSS, and even parsing JavaScript is these three things are render blocking. That means the longer time it takes for one of them to be rendered or one of them to be parsed, not rendered, parsed, the longer will the entire duration of the wait will be. So, if you have got a JavaScript, if you have, let's say, an unattended infinite while loop, do you think the other processes will work? No. Of course not. So that is the problem with these. Similarly, if you have got a very big piece of code that requires a lot of memory, that requires lots of computation, do you think that the website will be fast enough to do that entire process? Of course not. So how can we improve on this? Firstly, we do have the, as developers, we do have the power to prioritize things on what needs to be loaded. For example, let's say you just click a new tab in Google. You get the initial UI where you have the Google's homepage, you have got the search bar. Now we may not know what different computations go behind it. Well, let's say adding some what do you call it? Insights function, or if it wants to load some ads, whatever. We don't care. Now we do not need those big chunks of JavaScript, or we do not need those big chunks of script in the first phase. Does it make sense for us to load all that? It does not, right? So we have got something called lazy loading, so that we can prioritize the things that we need to load first, and then it's the entire DOM, it paints the entire thing. Once everything is done, after that, as required, then only we will proceed with those resources. Another example can be, let's say you open a website which has got a proper landing page with a video, an audio, and texts. The first thing that you see on the website. Down below, way towards the bottom, you have a testimonial slides, or a team slides which uses something called a carousel. Now we all know we use some packages. A carousel package is a very big thing. It takes a lot of time to process, a lot of time to parse. Does it make sense for you to load that in the first phase? Wait for the entire thing to load here so that I can view something that is up here? It does not. If you're having difficulty understanding this concept, imagine you want to watch a particular part of a movie. Now, instead of streaming that particular part of a movie on Netflix, Amazon, whatever, you proceed to download the entire thing and then watch it. Is this example better? I know energy down. Yes or no?
Yes.
Great. The these are some of the ways that you can use to optimize the critical rendering part. Second is CSS. Now let me clarify this part. Optimizing CSS does not necessarily mean that your website will, if your website takes, let's say, 12 seconds to load, I will not guarantee that optimizing your CSS will bring it down to 1 second or 2 seconds. Because most of the optimizations that you affect your speed by maybe microsecond or worst case a second. This is the type of optimizations that can be done. Now, what are they? Let me tell you guys one thing. Let me give you guys some context. This is such a topic that can be explored by a developer at any point of their life. At any point of their career. They can start learning it at the beginning also. So if you guys are new to web development, this is one thing that you can always look out for, and no need to wait till you become a proficient web developer to do it. And also if you're a proficient web developer unaware of these concepts, then you can also learn this and improve your sites better. So in CSS, when the CSS parses, we have got something called a specificity calculator. That means what? How specific do you want the style to be, or how specific do you want a selector to be? For example, let's consider out of the boxes. You are outside returning from college or from your work, and your mom calls you, "Asha, Shoma, ekta biscuit packet." Makes sense. Happens to a lot of us. Will happen to me today. Fine enough. I was just told a packet of a biscuit. Fine. It's very vague, right? I don't know what type of biscuit. Toast biscuit, normal biscuit, Britannia biscuit, I don't know, or even Parle-G, I don't know. But if my mom specifies that sun-feasted dark fantasy dosta car packet, it becomes very specific, right? Now for CSS also, this same concept applies. The more specific you target an element, the more time will the browser take to understand it and parse it. Keep this in mind. The more specific you get, as a developer experience, it might be really great. But when the browser parses it, it will take more time. It will cost you more. So the key here is to understand or come to a balanced point where you can have this selector as much vague as needed, but yet as much specific as it needs to. Second is break down the CSS into separate modules. Instead of having all your styles in one folder or one file, break it down. Break it down as it is required. Third point is, I would request you guys to check out what CSS sprites are. Okay? I will not be covering this because this is a very interesting topic that you can search. Okay. Finally, we all know that we can animate elements, right? We can animate elements in the web. We just go from, sometimes if you want to create a blink emotion, blink animation, we do one, opacity 0 to 1, something like this. We can animate other properties as well, like margin, padding, etc. But remember, these things now affect the layout and thereby affecting the browser renderings. Okay? So these are very expensive properties. Do not animate them until and unless it is really required. An import statement, sometimes when we, get fonts maybe from Google Fonts, we all often try to use the import statement, right? But understand this concept very clearly. I said CSS is rendered or CSS is parsed, not rendered. CSS is parsed once the browser can detect it. So if you have got a font that you are loading via CSS, it will wait till the CSS file is fetched, only then can it fetch the font. So initially you might be seeing a different font, and at the end you might be seeing a very different font. So to avoid this, use the very great element or very great element that HTML has provided us, the link. Okay. Lots of other ways to optimize CSS. I forgot to add one more point. Please try to minify it. Minify your CSS files. By that I mean remove unnecessary blank spaces, unnecessary extra lines, empty lines and all that.
I have a question.
Yes.
Can we customize our render tree, or it is customized as per the code is set?
As per the code is. You can maybe prioritize something first, or you can maybe offload it for something later. For example, when we are working with JavaScript, you can see in the third point that we have written something called a link rel preload, right? What does that mean? Your browser will make it a priority to load this particular script or this particular module. Once again, if you want to offload, or if you want the JavaScript parsing to go in a parallel process, not inside the singular serial thread, but in a parallel process. What you can do is use something of a keyword called either defer or AC. Once again, okay. So now remember this: JavaScript what is constitutes your entire script, right? If you import packages for a very menial task, or let's say if you want to just perform an addition, are you sure that you need an entire package for that? You can just write this. So keep in mind, you don't always need a frame. If your particular logic can perform a certain function with ease and you do not need a package for it, please don't. And enough other ways, go through it. I know you guys are hungry. All that. But yeah. Lazy loading, once again, I have already mentioned it, the usage of keywords like defer and async. Okay. There is a very good blog on BlogRocket that you guys can search for lazy loading images. Images are one of the most heavy resources that constitutes a website. Some images can be of 100 KB, 2 KBs, and some even go beyond 1 MB. So, in order to, give the customers or give the users a better experience, try lazy loading those images. What do I mean by that? If the image right now is not visible in your screen, you do not need to load it. Once the element of the image comes into view or is in the close vicinity of it, then only load the image so that your performance gets better. These are some of the other things that you can actually look out. Right. You created your entire website. You optimized it. You think what? A website is done. Website is never. We are going to talk about this not PWAs. When we were looking at the image in the lighthouse, we saw there's something called a PWA associated with it. So what is a PWA? So live stream, I cannot say a few words, but okay. Basically, PWAs offer you one alternative to native applications. That means what? You have got, let's say, Pinterest app on your phone, right? A lot of people have that. We also know that Pinterest is available on the browser. Pinterest, in fact, is also available as a web app, a progressive web app. What does that mean? It will run on the browser, but it will act like a natively installed application. Okay? And the best part is, while the Pinterest application might take around 16 to 20 MBs of disk space, the PWA version will not be, not guaranteed, but it will be very minimal, maybe 1 MB or 2 MB max. That is the beauty of what PWAs are. Does everyone here have a proper net connection right now? Or most of the people who do, try this out. This is a small application or a PWA that I actually made for this particular session. So, it goes something like this. Take this .netlify.app. Let me just open this up. Basically nothing, it is just a normal note-taking app that works on local storage. So you don't need to worry about signing in, giving your details or any of that stuff. And no, I cannot read whatever you write. So yeah, something about tech. If I do that, fine enough, I send it, gives you a confetti saying that yeah, you have done something great, and then this happens. So I also do in fact have a PWA version of this. It is installed on my system like a native application. It acts like a native application. Now, because it is connected to the streaming, I cannot turn off the internet right now. But here is what you guys can. Once you go to this, particular website, find a pop-up coming up, maybe after 1 or 2 seconds. That add thing to think about this to your home screen. You will see it installing as a native application. And the best part of it is what? When we do not have an internet, what do most websites do? Bye-bye. They just go bye-bye. No internet connection, you see the fancy dinosaur game pop up. But the best part about this PWA is, even if you do not have an internet connection or an active internet connection, this will still work. This will still work. If you guys have installed it, write something, let it cache, and then you guys can see that it also works off. Right. Now this is just the bare bones. I'll be talking about the bare bones of the PWA. First is how to get started. What do you need? Firstly, you need a website, because otherwise what you're going to make an app for. Secondly is something called a manifest.json file. And the third is something called service workers. Lastly, setting up a PWA takes a bit of time, so have some snacks and enjoy. I'll rush through this part a bit because this requires you guys to study it, and no matter how much I explain it, it won't matter that much. What does a manifest.json file do? It just gives you some specifications for what your app is, some metadata, if you might say. For example, the logos that you see about the app, and when you open it, a splash screen, these details can be configured using this. It looks something like this. It's a JSON structure with some of the fields for name, short name. Start URL is basically where you want your app to start. Does it start in your default login page or for an e-commerce, let's say on the products, something like that. Icons are the ones, I guess it's self-explanatory, that you guys can, just create your icon, store it, and it gives you each icon file size, etc. Service workers are the best part that make a PWA possible. What do these do? Service workers run outside the window object of a JavaScript. They run independently. They will install on your system. They will activate. And the best part is, even if you do not have an internet connection, these will still work. But remember this is not something out of the box. This is still a JavaScript file. Okay, it's just still a script that runs even when you are not connected to the internet. If you move ahead to the presentation, you guys can find pieces of codes that define you how to write service workers and what are the functions that you need to create a PWA. The first step is you need to register the service worker, not going through the code, because I know you guys won't understand it. It will be a complete waste of time. I know. So yeah, please study on your own. If doubts, reach out. Then you set up some cache files are the ones that will give you the data you need for offline connectivity. Then you need to install it. Because of course, if you do not install a service worker, how the hell it is going to know that yeah, I need this particular thing. Finally, activate it. We have got our key, we have got our car, we have put the key in the ignition, we need to start it. That's activating. Finally, these are the 3 life cycles. Service worker will install. It will wait for everything to set up cache, whatever, and then it will activate. And this particular piece of code, I guess, what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 7 lines of code is what you majorly need for setting up offline support. Now, remember, this is just for the bare bones. If you have got complex structures, this thing will not work. This thing will work only up to a limited scale when it is in like the app that I provided. Now, how do we go into the advanced steps? Like I said, don't always try to reinvent the wheel. Google has provided you with a wonderful package called Workbox that just makes your life entirely easier how in order to set up a PWA. With packages like with frameworks like Angular, Next.js, etc., they give you native support on their CLIs for PWAs. And if you want to ask about other stuff, other languages or other frameworks, go to this Hacker News PWA. This website will give you a detailed blogs about how to integrate PWAs with different kinds of frameworks. That's about it. So feel free to get in touch. Okay. If you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out. And please don't ask for a WhatsApp. A lot of people do that. Thank you. I give the stage over. Go back to stage.
Okay, thank you, Gaurav, for such a wonderful and following. You have great and following. You should give them your WhatsApp.
No. Sometimes someone will.
Okay, sir. If someone. Okay. Okay, not prying into your personal matter. So let's welcome the next speaker, Randrita. So Randrita will be sharing her entrepreneurial journey, how she started as like one of us as a student, and then how she is running her own company now. She will be sharing all of that information, and it's a. I hope she will not take much time because food is here. After that, you can have your food and okay. So one thing I want to let you know: this premises, okay, you cannot eat inside this premises. You have to take your food outside of the venue, totally outside. You can have it on the road, on your home. I don't care, but you cannot eat here. Okay, that is the one and only thing you have to. Okay. Over to you, Randrita. Let's have a round of applause.
245. How?
Food giving us inspiration.
फूड के लिए एनर्जी आ रहा है या प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए बताओ उनके लिए Okay, folks. So very good afternoon. I know all of you are too tired right now. First of all, to let me know how many of you are attending GDG Cloud Kolkata sections for first time. So many. Means all of you are meeting me for the first time. Okay. So yeah, until unless okay, till then they prepared this. Let's have a talk. Let's have a chit chat. So till now, what are you feeling after attending the very first session? I believe you people are from first year. How many of you are from first year? Okay. So this is the very first time you are in a community event, correct? सब लोग दोस्त हो या फिर सब दोस्त नहीं हो, आके कुछ कनेक्शन बनाए हो नया? नया कनेक्शन बनाए या नहीं बनाए ये बताओ। इतना क्या हो गया? तुम ऐसे क्यों बैठे हो? उधर ही बैठना है। अब क्या लोगे तो मोदी में बैठना है। Sure, 30 minutes or at least 20 minutes. हम पास करेंगे। I know you all are ready. Comfortable? Great. So yeah, नया कनेक्शन बना या नहीं बना? ये बताओ, ये बताओ. You people are so shy. Don't be. Relax, chill, and be open to talk and have a great discussion. Okay? I am just like your दीदी बोल सकते हो. चलो. Okay. Just confirm me once. Is this slide visible to you all? Yes. Clearly? Yes. Great. So chalo, let's start. Stay attentive for coming 15 minutes. I know whatever I'm going to discuss over here with you all, you might feel I am from tech background. So what to do with by knowing businesses and all the things? ये तो है ही नहीं. ये तो non-tech वाले करते हैं. ये सोचते हो ना? ये नहीं सोचते हो? नहीं. ओके, चलो तो फिर आप लोग बहुत स्मार्ट हो, क्या बात है? हम एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करते फर्स्ट ईयर से. हम लोग फर्स्ट ईयर में तो हम यही सोचते थे, हम तो टेक वाले हैं, हम जाएंगे एमएनसी, हम करेंगे डेवलपमेंट, हम करेंगे मशीन लर्निंग मॉडल्स. सो बट वो भी होता है पैरेलली, बट कुछ सिनेरियो अलग है. तो चलो लेट्स स्टार्ट. एज यू सी द फ्रॉम ब्लूप्रिंट्स टू मिलियंस, रैंडम नहीं लिखे हैं, बनाए हैं सच में. सो नाउ Before moving forward, I'm telling you one thing to inspire you all. 4 years back, in my time there was a COVID when I was in first or second year. So I am just recently graduated in 2023. Don't think कि बहुत हो गया मेरा age, ऐसा नहीं है. So I just recently graduated in this year only. So back in 2021, there was a first event I attended at GDC Cloud Kolkata. It was the first April meetup. Okay, back in 2021. I'm telling you this story because it is connected to this. So what happened in that particular meetup? I met with so many people. Okay, so many people, and I talked with them. ऐसे दोस्त बने, WhatsApp number exchange किए, करते थे number exchange होता है for generating some contacts. अच्छे काम के लिए भी number exchange होते हैं. So whatever, so ऐसा कुछ हुआ था, and back in that time, I have no idea.
सामने आप
फोन उधर, आप इधर कैसे? Okay, so back up please. So back in 2 years, I have zero knowledge on business. अभी इधर से start करते हैं. जो लोग first year से हो, second year से हो, third year से हो, I was there at your feet exactly before 2 years. और first year वाले 4 साल पहले तो हम सोच भी नहीं पाते थे business क्या होता है. तो उधर से शुरू करते हैं बिल्कुल जीरो से. पहले ये बताओ सबको जॉब चाहिए इधर, करेक्ट? Everybody job. Anybody who even think about business कभी कि चलो दूसरे तो तुम फर्स्ट ईयर वाले नहीं हो. फर्स्ट ईयर वाले हो, फर्स्ट ईयर में बिजनेस सोचते हो, क्या बात है? क्या बिजनेस करना है?
Like something like cybersecurity solutions.
Cybersecurity solutions, very good. Then आपको मैंने कहीं पहले देखा है मुझे लगता है. Oh yeah, CCTV.
आपका वेब डेवलपमेंट एजेंसी.
तब वेब डेवलपमेंट एजेंसी, ठीक है. इस पे एक बात करेंगे, चलो फनल पे बात करेंगे. ठीक है, चलो लेट्स स्टार्ट। हमको पता है आप सब लोगों को लगेगा बिजनेस क्या है, हमको कुछ लेना देना नहीं है, ठीक है? बट ट्रस्ट मी, इफ यू हियर दिस पिच फॉर 10 पिच नहीं है ये, 15 से 20 मिनट अगर आप सुनते हो तो आप जैसे टेक को देखते हो ना, आपका जो नजरिया है टू वॉच टेक, दैट वुड बी चेंज। ओके, दैट्स माय प्रॉमिस, यू विल चेंज, यू विल बी अ चेंज्ड पर्सन इन जस्ट 15 मिनट्स। सी ओके, नहीं है हमें ये मत सोचना, बट हाँ पैसा तो होता है, पैसा होता है, पैसा होता है, पर उसके लिए कुछ रूल्स होते हैं, ठीक है? चलो देखते हैं। फर्स्ट ओवर हियर, जो कोई भी इधर हो, फर्स्ट अभी 15 मिनट के लिए ये सोच लो आप किसी कंपनी में फाउंडिंग चेयर्स में बैठे हो, ठीक है? यू आर द फाउंडिंग मेंबर इन अ कंपनी, ओके? जस्ट थिंक अबाउट इट। पहले प्लीज सीरियसली थिंक करो, तभी मजा आएगा सेशन में। 15 मिनट का ही है, तो चलो सब लोग सोच लिए फाउंडिंग मेंबर में बैठे हैं, ठीक है? तो पोस्चर चेंज होना चाहिए थोड़ा। हाँ, पोस्चर, सी पोस्चर इज चेंजिंग, ग्रेट। या तो आप सब लोग अभी एक कंपनी का फाउंडिंग मेंबर हो, ठीक है? यहाँ पे पोजीशंस होते हैं, सीईओ, सीबीओ, सीओ, सीआईओ, सीटीओ। किसको पता है इसका फुल फॉर्म क्या होता है? या लाइक जो फाउंडिंग मेंबर होता है ना, उनमें कुछ टाइप्स होते हैं, जैसे तुम देख पाओगे सीईओ होते हैं, कोई चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑफिसर, देन सीपीओ बिजनेस ऑफिसर, सीआईओ इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफिसर, सीटीओ टेक्नोलॉजिकल ऑफिसर, जो सबको बनने का चुल होता है। चलो नेक्स्ट, सो ऑल सीईओज इन द हाउस, cheer up, yes, now that's the energy। अभी भी एनर्जी नहीं आ रहा, थोड़ा सीईओ इतना कम cheer up कैसे कर सकते हैं? थोड़ा अप, clap for yourself, एक्सेप्ट कर लिया। देखो, whenever you are in that particular chair, see, be serious for a few minutes. Whenever you are in that particular chair, how the journey of a CEO gets started from zero. देखो, right now I am connected with almost 70 plus CEOs right now at this age. कैसे हुआ है आपको बताएंगे, ये थोड़ा बहुत मेरे बिजनेस से रिलेटेड है, क्योंकि हम बिजनेस CEOs के साथ ही करते हैं, ठीक है? इसलिए थोड़ा बहुत कनेक्शन है। तो हम सब लोगों से बात किए थे कि आप शुरू कैसे किए थे, क्योंकि पहले तो मैंने सोचा भी नहीं था बिजनेस भी बन सकता है, वैसे भी बन सकता है। हम तो थे आप लोगों की तरह टेक वाले, कॉर्पोरेट वाले। तो चलो, थॉट प्रोसेस जीरो में क्या होता है? फर्स्ट, आप कुछ ना कुछ तो डेली सीखते हो, बी इट ऑन ग्राफिक्स फील्ड, बी इट ऑन मार्केटिंग फील्ड, बी इट ऑन टेक फील्ड, एक कुछ तो सीखते हो। चलो गेम भी खेलते हो, गेम भी एक बिजनेस बन सकता है, ठीक है? गेम भी खेलते हो, ठीक है? चारों टाइप की चीजें होते हैं, और कोई एक्स्ट्रा कुछ करते हो, कोई डांस करते हो, कोई गाना गाते हो, कुछ तो करते हो। किसी का कुछ तो लाइक एक तो पार्ट है कि या ये करने में मुझे मजा आता है। बहुत लोगों को जिम करने में आता है। एनीबॉडी? देखो, हम इसका मतलब कभी ये नहीं है कि आप टेक छोड़ के जाओगे, टेक अभी भी हम करते हैं, बाद में बताएंगे। बट बिजनेस पहले सोचना क्यों इंपॉर्टेंट है, टू जनरेट अ सेकंड सोर्स ऑफ इनकम, and in future you can build something of your own. Third, you have to create some impact in the society, correct? You are here as an engineer, so your has to be to create something helpful for the society, correct? Be it utilizing tech or maybe anything. तो पहले आपका थॉट प्रोसेस होना चाहिए। मैं अपना थॉट प्रोसेस थोड़ा बताता हूँ। हम 2019 में, जब मैं फर्स्ट ईयर में थी, तो तब आई जॉइंड अ कॉर्पोरेट कंपनी, यही पढ़ी था वेदर के आगे, एज अ सोशल मीडिया मैनेजर। और मुझे बचपन से यो ग्राफिक्स का बहुत शौक वगैरह था, तो मुझसे फोटोशॉप बहुत अच्छे से हो जाता था, तो आई गॉट अ वेरी गुड जॉब। हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू आर फ्रॉम हियर? एनएसएससी, एमएसआईटी, एसएनयू? एनीबॉडी? एनएसएससी नेताजी सुभाष इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, यू पास आउट। एमएसआईटी? Nobody? SNU? Nobody? Okay. Techno? What? ठीक है, चल थोड़ा इंसाइट देंगे, बाहर जाके नहीं डिस्क्लोज नहीं किया जाता है, आप लोगों में कर रहे हैं। जब हम फर्स्ट ईयर में थे, तब हम आपका कॉलेज और एमएसआईटी, एसएनयू, एमएसआईटी और एनएसएससी सब एक चेन में आता है, आप लोगों को भी पता है, करेक्ट? तो कोई तो होता है जो वो संभालता है सोशल मीडिया ग्राफिक्स, कोई तो संभालता है आपके कॉलेज का, करेक्ट? तो 2019 और 2020 वो रंजिता करती थी, ठीक है, फॉर सम टाइम्स। देन वहां पे टेक्नो मेन में जो था ना, उधर बहुत लोग थे, बट एमएसआईटी, एनएसएससी मैं खुद करती थी। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, इसको सोशल मीडिया मैनेजमेंट मैं करती थी। एसएनयू का भी पार्शियली मैं करती थी फॉर द आर्ट्स डिपार्टमेंट. नाउ कमिंग टू द टेक्नो, टेक्नो में बहुत से पार्ट्स होते हैं. बेस्ड अपॉन दैट मेरा कंट्रीब्यूशन होता था. टिल 2020 आई वर्क इन द कंपनी एंड आई स्टार्टेड, यू नो, मुझे थोड़ा आइडिया मिल गया चलो कॉर्पोरेट काम कैसे करता है. तब लोग जाते थे ऐसे बैठ जाते थे, ठीक है. मुझे लगता था अरे फाउंडर्स आ गए, को फाउंडर्स आ गए, इतने सारे चेयर्स में रूम में बोर्ड मीटिंग हो रहा है, होता क्या है इधर. मुझे पता नहीं होता, नूब था बिल्कुल, ठीक है, बहुत नूब था. बट ठीक है, फिर भी चलो सीखने की कोशिश की. तो आपका मोटिव क्या होगा कि आप शुरू करो काम करना, ठीक है. आई एम नॉट टेलिंग अभी करो, जो भी कर रहे हो उस पे इंटर्नशिप करो या फिर कुछ करो, बट डोंट जस्ट गेट योर वर्क डन. ऑल्सो ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड what the founder of that particular company is thinking, what is their thought process, how they are operating. Just try to understand ये कंपनी चल कैसे रहा है, पैसा आ कहां से रहा है, क्लाइंट आ कहां से रहा है. If you can understand this, trust me, you will start visualizing the world in a very different perspective. Okay, you will understand how to generate money by yourself without depending upon any MNC. ठीक है, this is the thought process. तो मैंने क्या देखा कि बंगाल में कॉलेज में ये मार्केट ऑपरेट कैसे होता है, वो मेरे दिमाग में बहुत क्लियर था. बाय 2021 तब मैं कौन सी ईयर में था, जस्ट सेकंड ईयर में, आई जस्ट जंप था. देन आई क्विट इट. क्विटर से नहीं बताएंगे. देन एनालाइज करो. एनालाइज क्या करना है कि अभी क्या एनालाइज करोगे. जैसे मैं अपना पार्ट बताता हूँ, मार्केटिंग मैंने देख लिया, अभी मैं क्या एनालाइज कर रहा हूँ, वीआईटी कैसे कर रहा है, किट कैसे कर रहा है. किट वीआईटी पता है ना, बड़े बड़े इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस करें. वैसे अगर आप वेब डेवलपमेंट कर रहे हो, वर्डप्रेस पे कर रहे हो, तो देखो सारे एजेंसी कैसे काम कर रहे हैं, बहुत है. अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं कि एक नाम बताओ फ्रॉम कोलकाता, इट्स अ वेरी बिग वेब एजेंसी, बता सकते हो?
TCS.
अरे TCS is a corporate company. I'm talking about startup here. हाँ, होइचो is a web. होइचो तो तुम्हारे क्या बोलते हो, उधर मूवीज आते हैं ना बंगाली, स्ट्रीमिंग है. That is something different. वेब एजेंसी का मतलब क्या है पता है? जो लोग आपका काम लेंगे और वेबसाइट बना के आपको दे देंगे. ये फर्जी कंपनी कोलकाता में भरे पड़े हैं, ठीक है. चलो क्यों बताएंगे, क्योंकि यहाँ पे फ्रॉड बहुत होते हैं, आपको धीरे धीरे पता चलेगा. नेक्स्ट पॉइंट इज पेन पॉइंट. देखो एवरीबॉडी फोकस. जो आपको मैं बता रहा हूँ ना, ये मैंने 2 साल में सीखा है, जो आपको मैं 15 मिनट में बता रहा हूँ, अभी 10 मिनट बचा है. देखो व्हाट इज द पेन पॉइंट. अंडरस्टैंड. ओके, हर एक के बिजनेस में हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ खामियां होता है, जो फाउंडिंग में आके आपको कभी नहीं बोलेंगे, वो दिखाएंगे हमसे बेहतर कोई नहीं है. ये है, बट हम ये भी मतलब आई एक्सेप्ट इट. देयर समथिंग some missing points in our business as well. So your goal is to find out the pain point. Correct? अगर सेम डोमेन में करना है तो पेन पॉइंट ढूंढना पड़ेगा अलग कंपनी का. जैसे जोमैटो को देख के स्विगी बना तो है ना स्विगी. देखो, देन फाइंड आउट गैप आइडेंटिफिकेशन. गैप ढूंढो, उस बिजनेस में गैप ढूंढो कि स्विगी और जोमैटो का केस ले लो. स्विगी ने जोमैटो में कुछ तो गैप निकाला था. बेस्ड अपॉन दैट स्विगी ने इंस्टामार्ट वगैरह लॉन्च कर दिया था अपने ऐप में. ऐसे थोड़ी ना हो गया था, आइडेंटिफाई किया था ना एनालिस्ट वाले ने. दैट इज कॉल्ड गैप आइडेंटिफिकेशन टू इंप्रूव द यूजर एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ योर कस्टमर. देन कम सॉल्यूशन. आपके दिमाग में कुछ आ जाएगा. करेक्ट. फॉर एन एग्जांपल, आप लोग टेक बैकग्राउंड से हो तो आप क्या करोगे, आप लोग वर्डप्रेस बनाते हो या फिर रिएक्ट में करते हो. सब लोग वेब डेवलपर हो, आई गेस एमएल बैकग्राउंड से कोई हो या नहीं. ग्रेट. वेब से बात करते हैं, एमएल में एज मेजर ऑडियंस नहीं है, हालांकि मेरा बैकग्राउंड एमएल ही है. एनीवे, सो वेब रिएक्ट में करते हो. करेक्ट. चलो, बाकी कंपनी रिएक्ट में जिस प्राइस स्टेट में कर रहा है, क्या आर यू फॉलोइंग द सेम थिंग? व्हाट इज देयर टर्न अराउंड टाइम? कैन यू increase the turnaround time of that particular in such particular way? Suppose एक कंपनी एक वेबसाइट 1 महीने में बना के देता है, क्या आप वो 10 दिन में प्रोवाइड कर सकते हो? अगर कर सकते हो तो क्लाइंट आपके पास आएगा, इसकी गारंटी मैं 100%. बिकॉज़ मार्केट में बहुत क्लाइंट्स हैं, आपको क्वालिटी लाना है, क्लाइंट आपको मिलेगा. कैसे मिलेगा, फनल बाद में डिस्कस करेंगे. नाउ देखो, यहाँ पे बहुत लोग हैं. I personally met with so many people in my life. People think that if I'm very good with React, that means I'm a very good business person. No. Business is very different than expertise in tech. ये बहुत अलग चीज है. तो ये क्या है? क्या है? Any idea? Any idea? एक तो बोल दो, थोड़ा इंटरेक्शन करो. मुझे समझ में आए आप लोग इधर हो, पिज्जा में नहीं हो.
Business is like knowing about the market, what the audience you are going to get.
बिजनेस में तो टेक भी चाहिए होता है ना. तो
But it's more of a, I would say, a science of economy and
Like how the client wants and how better I can give.
ऑलवेज क्लाइंट प्रोडक्ट भी आता है उसमें, यूजर एक्सपीरियंस भी आता है. करेक्ट. तो चलो देखते हैं कैसे इंप्रूव करते हैं. थोड़ा फास्ट है. सी व्हाट इज बिजनेस? दिस इज अ वेरी क्लियर डायग्राम ऑफ बिजनेस. इट्स अ व्हाट इज इट इंटरसेक्शन बिटवीन टेक, यूएक्स एंड बिजनेस. सो बिजनेस मतलब सिर्फ बिजनेस का ऐसा नहीं आता है, उसमें टेक भी आता है एंड यूएक्स भी आता है. करेक्ट. एवरीबॉडी अग्रीड और नॉट?
Yes.
या ग्रेट. सो आप कैसे बना सकते हो खुद की कंपनी? बहुत लोग बैठे हैं इधर, ठीक है. हम बहुत क्या बोलते हैं, ग्रेटफुल है लोगों के सामने स्पीच दे रहे हैं हम. सो लेट्स स्टार्ट. डिफाइन नीश एंड यूएसपी. मैंने जो बोला, आप अगर बहुत अच्छा करते हो वर्डप्रेस पे, लेट्स से एग्जाम्पल, हम क्यों वर्डप्रेस बता रहे हैं? मार्केट में डिमांड है अभी. जितना भी तुम लोग बोलो ये कोडिंग नहीं करता है, बट मार्केट में अभी भी डिमांड है वर्डप्रेस का. और बहुत डिमांड है. ठीक है, हम बता रहे हैं हर दिन एक वर्डप्रेस क्वेरी आता है मेरे पास और हम विजिट करते हैं. तो वर्डप्रेस का बहुत ज्यादा डिमांड है. प्रॉब्लम क्या है पता है? अच्छे लोग नहीं है जो वो बना पाए, आधे फ्रॉड कर रहे हैं. तो आपको अपना नीश और यूएसपी डिसाइड करना पड़ेगा. नीश क्या है देख लो अच्छे से. आप क्या वैल्यू क्रिएशन कर रहे हो? वैल्यू इज इंपॉर्टेंट पीपल. वैल्यू इज एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरीली इंपॉर्टेंट. देखो वैल्यू क्रिएशन बिजनेस, यहाँ पे टाइप्स है. सोसाइटी के लिए, B2B के लिए. B2B B2C समझ में आता है ना? शार्क टैंक तो सब देखते होंगे. कौन कौन नहीं देखते हो शार्क टैंक? शार्क ऐसा कोई है जिसने पहली बार सुना है शार्क टैंक का नाम? सारे बहुत स्मार्ट है, सब लोग शार्क टैंक देखते हैं. क्या बात है. तो चलो, वैल्यू क्रिएशन योर बिजनेस डज एज अ होल. क्या यू हैव टू गिव समथिंग. सपोज आप वर्डप्रेस में बहुत अच्छे हो, तो कैसे आप अच्छा वर्डप्रेस साइट बना सकते हो इन अ वेरी स्मॉल टाइम. And how can you add automation, AI things in a very positive way? How can you create campaigns from there? This should be your psychology. ठीक है. बाकी लोग जो कर रहे हैं हम उससे बेहतर करेंगे. ठीक है. This is your niche. USP क्या है? Unique section, which is there with you and not with anyone. I'm telling you my niche and USP. I was in marketing domain. हालांकि हम टेक I do work at tech as well. But when I was there, when I work at my business as a marketing domain, that you all know, I will introduce it after some time. So what we analyzed, Meta में बहुत प्लेयर थे जो इंस्टा फेसबुक करते थे, बट हमने ये एनालाइज कर लिया था by 2021 लिंक्डइन और ट्विटर में प्लेयर है ही नहीं इंडिया से. अच्छे प्लेयर नहीं थे. ठीक है. तो वो हम लोगों ने बनाया था हमारा नीश कि हम लोग खेलेंगे लिंक्डइन पे और ट्विटर पे. ठीक है. लिंक्डइन पे क्या होता है ना, आप बहुत लोगों को देखते होंगे कि बहुत ज्यादा स्टोरीज डालता है. करेक्ट. फाइनेंस रिलेटेड, डेटा साइंस रिलेटेड बहुत कुछ डालता है. ठीक है. परसेप्शन चेंज हो जाएगा. दैट इज कॉल्ड पर्सनल ब्रांडिंग. ठीक है. दिस इज समथिंग कॉल्ड उभरता हुआ मार्केटिंग डोमेन अभी के लिए, क्योंकि सारे सीईओ जो होते हैं मच फोकस्ड ऑन पर्सनल ब्रांडिंग. व्हाई? बिकॉज अभी सबको अपने बिजनेस के लिए फेस करना है. If you have a face in your business, you are good to sell your product. This is the psychology right now, and which is going up through LinkedIn and Twitter, not with Meta. Meta में हो रहा है वो influence marketing हो रहा है, but LinkedIn में ये बहुत ज़्यादा branding चल रहा है. तो हमने इस niche को target किया. ठीक है. अभी आप बहुत LinkedIn followers को follow करते होंगे जिसके 80,000 followers है, 1 लाख followers है, maybe 1.5 lakh followers है, social media top voice है, marketing top voice है, data science top voice है, correct? Top voices. Proud to say, at least 25% of them are clients in 2023. I can't reveal the client's name, but maybe आप जिसको देखते हो वो content कहीं ना कहीं हमारे टीम ने लिखा है, और जो ग्राफिक्स आप देख रहे हो वो कहीं ना कहीं हमारी टीम ने जनरेट किया है लिंक्डइन में। सी फैसिनेटिंग, Amazon देखो यूएसपी में वाई सपोज हम बताते हैं, देखो यहाँ पे मैंने एक लाइन लिखा था बहुत क्लियरली, बट डोंट थिंक यू आर नॉट गोइंग टू चेंज इट फर्दर। सपोज इन डे 1 वी स्टार्टेड विद व्हाट, मार्केटिंग, करेक्ट, और यू आर स्टार्टेड विद वर्डप्रेस और वेब डेवलपमेंट, करेक्ट एवरीबॉडी, बट डोंट थिंक कि चलो हम तो बहुत ओबीडिएंट है एंड वी विल स्टिक विद दिस एंड वी विल नॉट चेंज दैट डिसीजन। ये बिजनेस में कभी नहीं होता है। आपको एनालिसिस के थ्रू खुद को चेंज करना पड़ता है विद द मार्केट। फॉर एग्जांपल देखो, फॉर एग्जांपल देखो, Amazon started with e-commerce, correct? After certain time, Amazon noticed उसका बिजनेस e-commerce है ही नहीं। इसको पता है उसका बिजनेस क्या है? ओरिजिनल बिजनेस जहाँ से वो पैसा कमाता है। एंड यस, सो Amazon ने नोटिस क्या किया कि उसका पैसा कहाँ से बन रहा है? प्राइम से बन रहा है। Amazon ने फिर क्या नोटिस किया? पहला तो होस्टेड था। Amazon ने फिर क्या नोटिस किया कि Amazon $1 मिलियन खर्चता था अपना सर्वर होस्ट करने के लिए, ठीक है, बहुत खर्चता था। फिर उन्होंने क्या किया? What they did? They built their own, and that is their major revenue model right now, which is AWS. So changing their path. अच्छे से देखोगे तो ई-कॉमर्स अभी भी नेगेटिव में जाता है, बर्न होता है कैश उधर, बट पैसा AWS बनाता है, प्राइम बनाता है। और Amazon प्राइम बहुत ज्यादा हेल्प करता है। जो ऑर्डर आते हैं ना Amazon में 90% अभी भी फ्रॉम प्राइम आता है, नॉन प्राइम पीपल बहुत कम ऑर्डर करते हैं। दिस इज द बिजनेस कि आप अपना जो एनालिसिस के थ्रू कंटिन्यूअसली उसको मॉडिफाई करें। फॉर एग्जांपल वी स्टार्टेड विद लिंक्डइन एंड ट्विटर, करेक्ट, नाउ वी स्टार्टेड अंडरस्टैंडिंग द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ स्टोरी टेलिंग, ओके, to sell your product you should master a storytelling art, okay? मतलब आपको कुछ स्टोरी बनाना पड़ेगा, ये क्यों हुआ है, ये क्यों हुआ है। शार्क टैंक फीचर्स तो बहुत देखे होंगे, स्टोरीज तो बनाते हैं उधर। तुमको क्या लगता है सारे सब अपना रियलिटी बताते हैं? नहीं बताते हैं। तो ये स्टोरी टेलिंग भी बहुत उभरता हुआ क्या बोलते हैं मार्केटिंग फील्ड है। So we are trying, figuring out things and we are trying to implement something over there as well. So ऐसे आप चेंज। अच्छा, ये किसी का क्वेश्चन है अभी तक? दीदी आप तो ज्ञान दे रहे हो, पैसा कितना है? पैसा है ना, यही तो पैसा आपका। तो पैसा बनाने के लिए पहले तो आपने सोच लिया कि मार्केट में अपना मॉडल कैसे लॉन्च करेंगे। क्लाइंट भी तो लाना है, वर्डप्रेस डेवलपर, वेब डेवलपर, क्लाइंट भी तो लाना है, पैसा तो क्लाइंट देगा ना। आप जिसको सर्व कर रहे हो वो तो पैसा देगा ना। तो आपको एक फनल बनाना पड़ेगा लीड डेवलपमेंट का। इसको बोला जाता है लीड फनल। ये बहुत फेमस है, बड़े बड़े कंपनी करोड़ खर्च करते हैं लीड फनल, ठीक है। बहुत से लीड फनल्स होते हैं। फॉर एन एग्जांपल आई एम गिविंग यू सम एग्जांपल। बोट क्या करता था पहले? आपको वो जेंजी वाला कुछ स्टाइल लेके आया था टू अट्रैक्ट तो सिनेमा आके सारे एक्ट्रेस को ले आया। बहुत से लीड फनल बनाया जाता है। यहाँ पे पार्ट्स होते हैं, हम इसके डिटेल में नहीं जा रहे हैं, बट या दिस इज समथिंग दैट यू हैव टू मेक फॉर योर बिजनेस। सपोज फॉर वेब डेवलपमेंट एजेंसी जैसे आप लोगों का ख्वाहिश है, हाउ कैन यू बी दैट? पहले आपको क्लाइंट ढूंढना पड़ेगा। आप सब लोग क्या करते हो ना, फ्रीलांस में चले जाते हो, आप करके चले जाते हो। ये गलत है, उधर बहुत कंपटीशन है। आपको इंस्टाग्राम यूटिलाइज करना है, लिंक्डइन यूटिलाइज करना है, और सबसे ज्यादा ट्विटर यूटिलाइज करना है टू फाइंड आउट क्लाइंट्स, ठीक है। दिस इज अ प्रो टिप। Next, branding and graphic design. देखो, being a CEO or any founding team member, you should understand सिर्फ टेक से कुछ नहीं होता। टेक है, then उसके साथ क्या है? ब्रांडिंग आता है, ग्राफिक्स आता है, मार्केटिंग आता है, एंड बहुत कुछ आता है। ये जो लोग करते हैं ना, ब्लिंकिट से, जोमेटो से, नेटफ्लिक्स से आप लोग लाइव देते हो, आपको कभी भी सेंस आया ये आपके साइकोलॉजी के साथ खेला जा रहा है बाय मार्केटिंग टीम? हैव यू एवर थिंक दैट? It's a very, very, very planned work. It's a very planned work. Use cringe word. I'm telling you, all of you are mature over here, correct? So आपको मार्केटिंग का फंडा समझना पड़ेगा। इधर ग्राफिक डिजाइनिंग क्या है? आप अगर ऐसे से देखोगे, ब्लिंकिट हमेशा YOLO यूज करता है, जोमेटो रेड, नेटफ्लिक्स ब्लैक एंड रेड, करेक्ट? What is this? This is called graphics palette. आप में से बहुत लोग रेनबो कलर के डिजाइन बनाते रहते हो, ऐसे रेनबो नहीं चलता है, ठीक है। देखो डिजाइन का तो कुछ डिजाइन का एक पैलेट होता है, ठीक है, वो उसी पैलेट में आपको बनाना होता है। अगर आप जीडीजी को फॉलो करो, जीडीजी में स्पेसिफिकली जीडीजी क्लाउड कोलकाता को फॉलो करो तो ये चारों कलर में खेला जाता है, या फिर जीडीजी के इंडिया में फॉलो करो, जीडीजी इंडिया को फॉलो करो, देखना ये चारों कलर में गूगल खेलता है हमेशा। क्यों? क्या बोलते हैं, सिग्नेचर है। सो दिस इज कॉल्ड ग्राफिक्स और ब्रांडिंग। ब्रांडिंग डिजाइन से बनता है और डिजाइन में ये इससे खेला जाता है, ठीक है। आज जाओ घर में लिंक्डइन पेज देखना जोमेटो का और उसका कलर पैलेट देखना सारे पोस्टर्स का, बहुत प्लान्ड है, सेम कलर, सेम फॉन्ट, सेम साइज, थोड़ा बहुत 3-4 में ऑल्टर होते हैं। बहुत यूआई डिजाइनर्स होंगे इधर, उसको पता है ये सब। सो या तो देखो मार्केटिंग का ट्रिक क्या है, यूज एनी क्रीम थिंग जो कंट्रोवर्सी करे, ठीक है। देन उस पे लुट जाओगे और उसको मिलता है उससे फ्री का। ये बहुत ट्रेंडिंग थिंग है जो भी चलता है, ठीक है। लिंक्डइन पागल हो गए थे लोग ये देख के, ठीक है। देन जोमेटो, देन नेटफ्लिक्स एंड सो ऑन सो फोर्थ। किसने नहीं किया ये 3 महीने, कितना महीना हुआ, 6-7 महीना हुआ ये ट्रेंड का। नेक्स्ट मार्केटिंग कैंपेन्स इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पीपल टू अट्रैक्ट योर क्लाइंट्स। अगर आप जोमेटो और स्टारबक्स को देखोगे, जोमेटो ने एक मार्केटिंग कैंपेन हमेशा पॉजिटिव नहीं होता, इंटेंशनली नेगेटिव किया जाता है, ठीक है। इंटेंशनली नेगेटिव किया जाता है। जोमेटो ने ट्वीट किया था कितने दिन पहले, बैक इन 1 ईयर गाइस कभी कभी घर का खाना भी खा लेना चाहिए। अरे सब लोग पागल हो गए, जोमेटो ये बोल रहा है, क्या बात है, जोमेटो तो खाना ऑर्डर करने के लिए है, आप बोल रहे हो घर का खाना खाओ, आप ये कैसे बोल सकते हो? आपको, आप सब लोगों को जोमेटो ने मांगू बनाया, पता है। ये बोला, सब लोग क्या कमेंट किए, क्यों जोमेटो का बिजनेस क्या डाउन चल रहा है। वहां पे ट्वीट का कमेंट देखना, जोमेटो का बिजनेस क्या भी डाउन है, क्यों जोमेटो चल नहीं रहा है तुम्हारा स्टोर, और ये चल गया ट्वीटेड और जोमेटो का रेवेन्यू अप। ऐसे होते हैं मार्केटिंग कैंपेन। स्टारबक्स का सबसे ये ट्वीट मुझे बहुत पसंद आया। अभी करता है क्या नहीं मुझे पता नहीं है, ठीक है, हम गरीब आदमी है, स्टारबक्स में नहीं जाते। तो स्टारबक्स में क्या होता है ना, देखो, हाँ स्टारबक्स में क्या होता है ना, देखो बैक इन मुझे मैं जितना इट्स आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट प्रोबेबली 2020 इसका पॉइंट है। सो स्टारबक्स वाज स्टार्टेड इंटेंशनली राइटिंग योर नेम रॉन्ग ऑन योर कप एंड सब लोग फोटो देने लगे इंस्टाग्राम में, देखो स्टारबक्स जैसी इतनी बड़ी कंपनी ने मेरा नाम तो रॉन्ग लिखा, सारे एवरीवेयर स्टारबक्स 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 स्टारबक्स। आपके सबकॉन्शियस माइंड में स्टारबक्स आ गया। अभी अब जब जाओगे स्टारबक्स को आप रिकॉग्नाइज तो कर पा रहे हो ना, इंस्टाग्राम में देख के रिकॉग्नाइज तो कर पा रहे हो ना, दैट इज कॉल्ड मार्केटिंग कैंपेन, कि आप उसको रिकॉग्नाइज कर पाए, ये रिकॉग्नाइजेबल बन जाए, तब जाता है ये ब्रांड। इसके बाद वो दूध और चीनी के लिए 500 भी लेना आप दोगे, क्योंकि ये ब्रांड है, ठीक है। चलो नेक्स्ट, टीम स्ट्रक्चर इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पीपल, many of you are from first year, I understand, but this is very important. This is where I failed 2.5 years, क्योंकि मेरे को चुल था, ठीक है, कि ये ऐसे होता है। देखो मुझे I started my career as a graphic designer, then for 1.5 months I worked as a social media manager in a very big company, then I worked as a web developer, then I worked as a machine learning engineer, then I worked as a cyber security researcher, and फिर जाके एमएनसी में प्लेसमेंट वगैरह होने के बाद मैं ऑर्गेनाइजर वगैरह बहुत कुछ बन गया। इवेंट मैनेजमेंट के साथ भी काम किया हूँ मैं, नॉट जीडीजी, इट्स लाइक इवेंट मैनेजमेंट लाइक इवेंट मास, ब्लैक आइड, व्हाटएवर प्रेजेंस ओवर हियर इन कोलकाता। देन क्या होता है ना, मेरा एक चुल है कि चलो मुझे ना सारे डोमेन के बारे में कुछ ना कुछ पता है, नॉट मास्टर, बट मुझे पता है कि ये डोमेन ऐसे ही काम करता है, ठीक है। तो हम क्या करते थे, मेरे को सारे डिसीजन में मेरे को देखना था, ये सही हो रहा है, ये सही हो रहा है, ये सही हो रहा है, जितना ज्यादा माइक्रो मैनेजमेंट हो पाए आई ट्राई टू डू दैट। मुझे समझ में नहीं आता था कि एक्चुअली हम माइक्रो मैनेजमेंट कर रहे हैं, अनइंटेंशनली आई वाज डूइंग दैट टू रीच द परफेक्शन लेवल। यही नहीं करना है व्हेन यू आर स्किलिंग। दैट्स द बिगेस्ट लर्निंग दैट आई लर्नड इन 2023 इन टीम स्ट्रक्चर। आफ्टर स्ट्रगलिंग फॉर 2 years finally I made my own team. Okay, it's a very beautiful team, very capable team. फाइनली मुझे पता चला। अभी क्या होता है ना, हम मेरे को पता भी नहीं है, देखो सब लोग काम कर रहे हैं, संडे छुट्टी नहीं है, छुट्टी हम देते हैं बट थोड़ा बहुत काम मार्केटिंग में करना पड़ता है, सब लोग काम कर रहे हैं, हम खुश हैं, हम देख भी नहीं रहे क्या डिसीजन लिया जा रहा है मेरे पीछे। That is what team structuring. I'm not telling that you won't do anything. You have to do, but don't do micromanagements. Have faith on your teammates, and give them the responsibility and delegate your job. It's important. Otherwise, you will be a self-employer after few years. क्योंकि तुम सब कर रहे हो. तुम देखना कॉर्पोरेट मजदूर और तुम बनोगे अपने कंपनी में खुद मजदूर. ठीक है? सच बता रहे हैं. ये मत करना. Next is scaling और automation. ये आपको पता है, आप सब लोग टेक वाले हो. ये फाइनल स्टेज होता है. ये टेक के एक्सपर्ट्स. ये फाइनल स्टेज होता है एक बिजनेस में. अगर ये टेक बिजनेस नहीं हो तो स्केलिंग करना है, ऑटोमेशन करना है, कर देना. आजकल बहुत वीज वगैरह से इजीली हो जाता है. अगर आप लोगों को टेक दिखाना है वगैरह यूज कर लेना, और दिखाना है यूज कर लेना, करके कर लेना. चलो, this is the company that I was talking about. It's go to growth. After struggling for 2.5 years, we built this, we made it, and we built it. By the way, it's only 2 months old. ठीक है? ऐसा नहीं है 2 साल बना दिया. 2 months old. So these are all the feedbacks. ये हालांकि 100 प्लस है अभी. हम इधर 5 दिखाए हैं. आप देख सकते हो यूएस, दिल्ली, हांगकांग, कोलकाता. ऐसे for every section of the world we have some connection or some client connection. मत सोचना 2 महीने में इतना कर लिया. Actually, I started working from so long, and my business partner also started working from 3 years back. तो हम दोनों अकेले बहुत काम किए थे. Then we marched up. As simple as that. ये बोला ना कम्युनिटी में थोड़ा आँख खुला रखो. क्या पता कोई business partner बन जाए after some time. To be very honest, and it's reality. So this is the team of DTG. इसके लिए थोड़ा क्लैप चाहिए मुझे. देखो मेरी फोटो है नहीं इधर, क्योंकि मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं. जो किया है लोगों ने किया है. आप लोग सरप्राइज होगे. इधर 3 लोग लाइक नीचे के जो दोनों है ना, ये 3rd ईयर से है. ठीक है? ऊपर टॉप राइट कॉर्नर में जो है ना, he is from 4th year. Everybody is engineer. And yeah, that's it. That's how it goes. Plus, I guess Shubhanshu is also from 4th year. So that's how it goes. And yeah, this is me and Devankar who built this company in probably in August. Then we started fighting. ये ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए. He was like, you are not understanding my point of view. Then we started fighting among each other. आपको क्या पता ये ऐसे करना होता है? Slowly each other. And we feel yes, our personal ego is greater than a child, which is the business. Go to go, correct? GTG. So अभी ये भी कॉमन है कि आप में भी इन इनिशियल स्टेज जिसको अपना बिजनेस पार्टनर मानते हो, उसके साथ आपका टाइप नहीं होगा. इट इज ओके अगर ऑन अ लॉन्ग रन आप कर लेते हो. अगर नहीं कर पाते हो तो एग्जिट मार देना. Easy. So yeah, thank you. No. हाँ? ऐसा नहीं दिखा. बोला तो था अभी तो बात नहीं. क्या क्वेश्चन है? बताओ.
As someone who specializes, let's say in content writing.
In content writing, yeah.
तो बहुत सारे freelancers को I've seen. For example, Instagram has
थोड़ा.
I saw a creator called Shwani Chatterjee. ठीक है? Who claims to have made $1 billion.
Shwani is a business partner.
So the thing is that while going into this kind of a field, into let's say, yes, how can one who is completely from a tech background, who has maybe in his own company just done the technical part, get into all of that, the freelancing part, the looking for leads part, and maybe somehow into the business?
See, this is a very interesting and valid question that you have asked. I had the same kind of a question in my mind back in 2 years. Okay, so how can you start? First of all, understand your need. आपको टेक में रहना है या फिर कंटेंट राइटिंग में जाना है? कहाँ पे जाना है? टेक या कंटेंट राइटिंग?
That is not particularly my field, but I'm giving an example.
See, for example, if you want to stay at content writing industry, you need to curate content, okay, and you have to focus on building your for at least for 5 months over LinkedIn or Twitter. अगर आप लगते हो कि आप जितना टाइम आप वर्क पे एफर्ट लगाओगे ना लीड्स डालने में, LinkedIn से आपको डायरेक्टली लीड मिल जाएगा. लोग अप्रोच करेंगे कि मेरा काम कर दो. आपको बताते हैं थोड़ा इंडस्ट्री बता देते हैं. इसने पूछा देखो क्या होता है, इतने सारे सीईओज हैं, चॉइस का फंड कैसे बनना है बताते हैं. इतने करोड़ कैसे बन रहे हैं, इतने सारे सीईओज हैं, इतने सारे फाउंडर्स हैं, इन लोगों के पास इतना टाइम नहीं होता है कि वो जाके लिंक्डइन में फाइनेंस स्टोरी लिखे। स्टोरी टेलिंग होता है लिंक्डइन में, अगर आप देखे होंगे कि एवरीवन इज राइटिंग सम स्टोरीज हियर और देयर, ओके, एवरीवन इज राइटिंग सम स्टोरीज हियर और देयर, be it on data science, be it on content writing, mostly it's on finance, mostly it's on finance if you're active at LinkedIn. तो उधर तो स्टोरी टेलिंग होता है। शर्ली क्या करता है, he is basically मेजर इंडस्ट्री इज डूइंग व्हाट, मेजर इंडस्ट्री इज डूइंग ये सारे काम फाउंडर से लेकर एंड टेक द रॉयल्टी ऑफ मैनेजिंग देयर आइडियाज, ओके, then they write the stories, storytelling, they manage the profile, and for that they do charge money. So that's how content creators generate revenue through storytelling throughout social medias as well as YouTube. By the way, for your clarification, आप बहुत से influencers को देखे होंगे YouTube में, for your for your understanding, better understanding, जो लिखा जाता है ना ऐसा caption जो बोलते हैं वो लोग, that's also designed by a content writer or a storyteller, जिसको जो महीने में लाख छापता है वो कंटेंट राइटर छापता है, ठीक है, और ये सच है। और देन कम्स लीड लिंक्डइन से डायरेक्ट आएगा। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट आपको थोड़ा हंट करना पड़ेगा, पर्सनल यूज करना पड़ेगा, इट्स अ बेस्ट पार्ट rather than looking into Upwork. सपोज आप Upwork पे देख लिए, उसको पर्सनली यूज करो rather than pushing them in at Upwork. Anything else?
So basically I have two questions. My first question is like if I'm doing UI design or web development, so right now if I'm starting, so I don't have any works or projects to showcase to my client.
पहले तो वो बनाओ।
No, I'm not saying that. Because I am my person, but I can't show that I have someone. So how can I get my first client? Like how can?
Yeah, it's a very valid question. See, for making a very first client, first make a very good portfolio. पता है, देखो आप ऐसा मत सोचो, ये मेरी भी बहुत ज्यादा मिसकंसेप्शन थी कि मेरे को हमेशा लगता था कि चलो ये तो एक ऐप है और ये एक डिजाइन है, तो मुझे तो ये कंपनी में जाके करना है, ऐसा तो नहीं है। सपोज आप जोमेटो का डिजाइन पैटर्न देख रहे हो, करेक्ट, जोमेटो वेबसाइट देख रहे हो, करेक्ट, और एनी वेबसाइट, टेक एन एग्जांपल, ट्राई टू, आई एम नॉट टेलिंग कॉपी, ट्राई टू मेक समथिंग लाइक दैट व्हिच लुक्स रियल एंड टेल योर क्लाइंट के बारे में। सपोज अगर आपके पास कोई लीड आता है तो आप उनको जाके बोलोगे, see I made this website, I designed this website for myself, बता देना for myself, and I am looking forward to work with you. And अगर आपका पर्सनल काम बहुत अच्छा हुआ तो आपको जॉब मिलेगा, क्योंकि मार्केट में रिक्वायरमेंट है, as simple as that. अभी बोलोगे फर्स्ट क्लाइंट कैसे मिलेगा, देखो फर्स्ट क्लाइंट मिलने का सबसे आपको तो पहले रीच आउट करना पड़ेगा, घर बैठ के नहीं होगा, इधर आपको रेफरेंस से मिलेगा। अगर आप कम्युनिटी एक्टिव हो और जो लोग कम्युनिटी में बहुत ज्यादा प्रोफेशनल लेवल में होता है ना, तो अगर आप उनके सामने अच्छा काम करते हो, क्योंकि हम लोग के पास नेटवर्क्स है, सो हम लोग को पता होता है कि इधर रिक्वायरमेंट है, इधर रिक्वायरमेंट है, सो एक होता है डायरेक्ट रेफरल कि आपको मिल जाएगा, अदरवाइज और एक होता है कि आपको रीच आउट करना पड़ेगा। रीच आउट ऑल पीपल हु इज नोन टू यू। सपोज इधर जो लोग हैं उनको बताओ कि मैं यूआई डिजाइनर हूँ, अगर आपके पास कोई ऑप्शन हो तो मुझे बताओ, इसमें कोई शर्म नहीं है, कोई शर्म नहीं है, आप बताओ, उसको पता तो चले कि आप हो कौन, उसके बाद आपके पास प्रोजेक्ट आने लगेंगे, अदरवाइज आपको डायरेक्टली रीच आउट करना पड़ेगा, अदरवाइज इंटर्नशिप फोड़ लो, एक हो जाएगा।
और एक बात पूछना था कि मतलब चार्ज कैसे करें, क्योंकि फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल अगर हम किसी से बात करने जाते हैं तो वो पूछता है कि कितना
मार्केट रेट में आप you just talk with a very professional, not very professional, who has started their career at UI designing, उसके साथ बात कर लो कि इधर है अरिंदा मैम से बात कर लो, he is a very good UI designer, so he can tell you, बहुत ज्यादा भाव मत बताना कि he started, so yeah he just started, तो उधर से आप बात कर लो, ऐसे लोगों से मिलो कि UI designer है, तो उनसे बात करो कि आप कितना चार्ज करते थे भैया, आप बताओ, बता देंगे, ऐसे होता है इधर, अदरवाइज लिंक्डइन में रीच कर लो। Any question, any more? Is that it? Yes. कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है, देख लो। Yeah. Thank you so much for today. Thank you.
Okay, that was a great session. So just I'll say two sentences. One is how are you feeling about this event? Just your feedback. like someone can quickly tell, or maybe if you like this event, shout yes or something.
Yes.
That's what we wanted. So the second sentence is you will get a feedback form like after a couple of hours. This feedback form so that we can do better in your next. Okay. And also there will be a suggestion field in that form where you will be giving us ideas to do what anybody. So I'll ask Kashida quickly to participate, Ranjika and Gaurav, please come to the stage.
Oh, by the way, people follow me at LinkedIn. I mean, connect with me at LinkedIn. If you need any help, I'll be there.
Personal guidance.
Yeah, connect me at
Okay,
LinkedIn.
while Gaurav is coming, so the food is in that room. You'll be forming a queue and we'll be passing on the food. And you have to go outside of the building. Okay, folks, let's form a queue then.
आज बिरयानी है